Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world. Pull up a chair. It's time to get down to the business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. Glad to be with you all here this evening as we are here to discuss the subject tonight of degrees, delusions, and debt. A lot has been said about this right now, and I really wanted to get into this because I was meaning to cover this actually a few weeks ago. I didn't have the opportunity to do so, but since the opportunity presented itself, I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of that now since we do have the time to do that. So, without further ado here, what I wanted to discuss with you here is something I come across a little while ago, and this actually was something that we've been discussing on my other YouTube channel. This is as good a time as any to get to this right now after all these years of hearing about how they are strong and independent. It was all really just a big facade. It was all really just a big con job. The house of cards is coming falling down right now, and a bunch of people who claim that they were strong and independent are now begging for mercy. How bad is it? Oh, it's bad. Let me tell you, it's awful. They are now in a position of openly begging White Daddy for help. It's pathetic. I thought you had it sewn up. I thought you had it all together. I thought everything was going just fine. I thought you were kicking ass and taking names. I thought you rocked. I thought it was okay. I thought you didn't need no man. Now you don't just need a man. You need a man. You need his money. But you know what this really illustrates to us? This really illustrates the folly of not choosing properly. This really illustrates the foolishness of not choosing the right man, because you can't pull it by yourself. You can't. And the reason for that is simple. Because the life that you aspire to have is far bigger than the life you are able to obtain and achieve on your own. That's it. That's the bottom line. The life that you tell yourself you are supposed to have, the life that you tell yourself that you, quote, deserve, you are unable to acquire that by yourself. You're not able to get that on your own. You're not able to do that by yourself. You're not able to. And because of that, you are unable to shoulder the burden. So you tried to pull the wagon by yourself, and you found out that's just not going to happen. It's something you can fantasize over, but it's not something you can actually make occur on your own. You were sold a bill of goods. You were told that you could replace a man with a welfare check. You were told that you could replace a man with a job. You were told that you could replace a man's productivity with a college degree. You would replace a man with yourself. And the dirty, brutal reality is now coming into focus that you can't do that. And where we were previously told the lie and the fantasy that there were just a bunch of kick-ass women out there who were really just lighting it up and doing it by themselves and everything was going great, what you now find out is you have a whole bunch of faking, fronting females who are really just some chicks in a lot of debt. That's all. They're really just some chicks in a lot of debt. The situation's bad. It's getting worse, and it is in no danger of rectifying itself anytime soon. And this new delusion that's being handed out that if the government simply discharges all of your student debt, everything will be okay, that's a lie. Why? Because the lack of wealth of women is equal across the board. It doesn't matter whether they have a college degree or not. It really doesn't matter if they have children or not. Their lack of wealth is pretty much even across the board, no matter where you look. So what does this tell you? This tells you that as a group, women in America aspire to a far richer life than they're able to acquire on their own. And it doesn't matter the circumstances that you put them under, they can't afford the life that they desire. Now, the women who have a man have a much greater chance and much greater opportunity of being able to do that. The women who don't, the numbers are in single digits. It's not great. It's not good. It's horrible. It's pretty much a fait accompli. How bad is it? I'm not going to give you hyperbole. Let's just get straight into the numbers here, and let's just get straight into the reality of it. I was taking a look over some things here, and I want you to take a look at. This is an article from Black Enterprise Magazine, and it's talking about, this is from 2018, about black women's net worth. And as you can see here, it gets bad, it gets worse, and it never recovers. Single black women without a bachelor's degree by age 60 have a net worth of $12,000. So after 40 years of being in the workforce, being strong and independent, and remember, this was 2018, okay? This was 2018 that this came out. So that means counting from 1978, we're long past women's lib and equal rights amendment and all that. We're well past that. And by that point, they have a net worth of $12,000. Single black women with a bachelor's degree between the ages of 20 and 39 have a net worth of $11,000 to $0. Did you get that? Their net worth is anywhere from $11,000. So basically, the women's net worth is capping out by the time they reach 40. Forget 60. They come to a standstill. By the time they hit 40, you hit the wall in more ways than one. Understand, I'm giving you up-to-date facts. I'm not giving you out-of-date, obsolete information. I'll leave that to the rest of the Negro manosphere to be giving out inaccurate information, and then other folks show them, they call them not knowing anything. As you can see, their net worth basically stalls at the age of 40. As I've always told you, if they don't get it together and get something popping by the time they're in their 30s, the game is pretty much over. The game is pretty much over by the time you get there. For the overwhelming majority, you might be able to find an exception here or there, but the exception ain't helping the rules. By the age of 40, they pretty much stall out and stagnate and come to a grinding halt. Pretty much by the age of 40. The next line says, single black women with a bachelor's degree, ages 40 to 59, have a net worth range of $6,000 to $9,500. Man, so at best, maybe around $6,000 to $9,000. Single black women with a bachelor's degree. Single black women with a bachelor's degree, age 60 or more, have a net worth of $11,000. Now, did you take a look at that first line and then take a look at that fourth one? Single black women without a bachelor's degree by the age of 60 have a net worth of $12,000. Single black women with a bachelor's degree by the age of 60 have a net worth of $11,000. So you'd have been doing better if you had not gone to college at all. You'd have been doing better if you had just got out here and hustled it for yourself. As a single woman without a degree, you're doing better than the chicks going to college by the age of 60. This is the math. These are the numbers. Not opinion, not hyperbole, not estimation nor guesstimation. Let's be very clear. You'd have been better off without it. In the chat room, you're correct about that. Actually, that's negative $11,000. You're correct. They're $11,000 to $0 in debt. At the age of 20 to 39, if you went to college, you're $11,000 in debt or nothing. If you get a degree, if you do get your degree by the age of 40 to 59, you'll have dug yourself to $6,000 to $9,000 maybe. By the age of 60, you're sitting where the chicks without a degree are. I say this because I wish to put the world into perspective. In the chat room, if you're a woman, should you have dropped out of college? I don't know. It depends on what your major is. Maybe you should. I'm trying to put this into perspective for you. I'm trying to put this into perspective for the men listening right now. I want you to understand that when somebody tells you how much money you gotta make as a man today to be able to call shots, to be a producer, understand something. They're guessing their way through this. They're giving you their eyeball estimate. I'm giving you the numbers. I'm telling you what you will have to deal with in the real world. I want to thank everybody who has contributed to support tonight's program in the CashApp, Streamlabs, and Super Chat. Thank you, Majimidi. Objective News Agency, Frank Tang, as always, coming from the other side of the world. We appreciate that. OGK Network asks, hey, Jason, why don't colleges post these stats? They don't post these stats because they're making plenty of money off of people who don't know any better. They're making plenty of money off of people who don't know any better. And if they're willing to give you a degree in underwater basket weaving, then a bunch of these folks are willing to take that. They're willing to take that. Because they think that going to college is some magic wand that's going to get you through life. They didn't have a place like this to teach them and mentor them and let them know there's only a few things that are going to help you. But first and foremost, as a woman, let's just be very, very clear about what the root of the problem is. As a woman, if you are too difficult to deal with, if you are too hard-headed, if you are too uncooperative, if you are too much of a disciplinary problem and you cannot get a man to collaborate with you, then you are going to suffer. And that's the bottom line. As a woman, if you fail to be able to get a man to cooperate with you, you are going to suffer. That's it. We're going to go ahead and post a link to that in the chat room there. Just understand exactly where that leaves you. As a woman, if you are unable to get a man to cooperate with you, to help you, to build with you, if you fail at being able to do this, it is going to get very difficult for you. It's going to be very hard for you because you live in a world that runs on money. And your survival, as I've always taught you, is going to depend upon the quality of the man you're able to attract. It's going to depend on the quality of the man that you are able to get to work with you. It's going to depend upon the quality of the man that you can get to help you, that you can get to claim you. Understand that. That it's going to come down to that. You were lied to by your mother, your grandmother. You were lied to by your teachers. You were lied to by the media. You were told that you could do it on your own. No, you can't. No, you cannot. It's not me saying it. This is the reality. If that wasn't bad enough for you here, when you go to inequality.org, let's take a look at some more stats here and exactly where you come down on this. Let's take a look at a few more stats. Next up here is according from inequality.org. According to a 2015 brief from Asset Funders Network Center, the 2013 survey of consumer finances data showed that the median wealth for single women was $3,210, while the median wealth for single men was $10,150. Single women held only 32 cents of wealth for every dollar of wealth owned by a single man. Now, here's the problem with that. The problem with that is that women, as far as consumer spending, women spend far more than men on consumer spending. Far more, not a little more. They spend a lot more than men. Something's got to be able to balance that out. It goes on to say there's a greater gender wealth inequality when looking across individual racial lines. Per the 2015 Asset Funders Network report, the median wealth of white single women was $15,640. Yet, the median wealth for single black women and Latino women was $200 and $100 respectively. About 1 cent for every dollar of white women's wealth. 1 cent. On the other hand, white men's wealth was $28,900. Latino men's wealth was $950, and black men's wealth was $300, about 3 cents and 1 cent of every dollar of white men's wealth, respectively. And then you keep in mind that many of those so-called Latinos identify as white. But regardless of any of that, even black men, with all of the chips against us and whatnot, we still outstrip black women. And what does that tell you? That tells you that as a woman here, if you take a look at that, then you notice there, if black women's wealth, median wealth is $200 and black men's is $300, then that means that black men are making a third more than black women. So keep that in mind. Black women are getting a third less, and that's really not taking into account when you get into producers, when you get into black men who are producers, black men with peak value, black men who are actual real high earners, not even high earners, upper middle class earners. When you get into that, then you understand that a man who makes 30% more than you makes 50% more than you, it's not a gap anymore. It's not a wealth gap anymore. It's a chasm. It's a chasm. Keep that in mind. At that point, it becomes a chasm. I want you to understand it doesn't take that much to be a producer. Because here's the rule that the fakers and posers don't understand. What they don't understand is that you don't have to beat Bill Gates. You don't, as a black man, you don't have to beat Bill Gates. You don't have to beat Warren Buffett. You don't have to beat Jay-Z or Kanye. You just have to beat the last guy she was with. That's the standard you have to beat. You only have to beat him. Now, of course, they're going to try to fool you into believing that you got to do way more than that. I'm telling you what flies in the real world. You don't have to beat her dream boat. You only have to outdo the last guy she was with. And that is where you meet leverage. Don't let some internet phony sit up here and tell you that you've got to sit up here and be living in Beverly Hills to be competitive. I want you to understand, remember one of Jason's laws. Yes, one of these days I probably should release a book compiling all of them, but remember one of Jason's laws. You cannot choose from the options you wish were available. You can only choose from the options that actually are available. So while she might wish and hope and dream for Mr. Prince Charming, in reality, she's gonna have to choose from one of the men who are actually available. That's what you're gonna have to choose from. You're gonna have to choose from who's actually there. You're gonna have to pick from them. You're not gonna be able to choose from the folks who are not there. You're gonna have to choose from who's actually available to be had. And when you take a look at who's actually able to be had, then you understand that she might wish that you do a lot more, but she's gonna have to make a choice. She's gonna have to make a choice. Yeah, they might want to sit it out for an extent, and I get that, but understand something, the rent is due on the 1st, no matter what. The rent is due on the 1st, no matter what. And that's the reality that matters. And as you can see from the previous article here from Black Enterprise Magazine, understand something, whether they like it or not, they're gonna have to choose. And they're gonna have to choose by no later than their 30s. Do you understand that? If you want to know why we say the wall hits in their mid-20s and that by the time they reach 30 it's all downhill, this is why. This is why. By the time they get here, it's a wrap. By the time you get here, it's done. Why? Because you've already invested your prime years. The years that most attract a man who is willing to take you on as a burden. You see, a man is most willing to take on a woman as his financial burden in her early 20s. Once you get into your late 20s, early 30s, no, he's not as willing to do that. Well, why? Because you're out here competing against him. There is no incentive to pick you up as a burden, and furthermore, you're a far heavier burden at this point. What I'm saying is that you are competing yourself right into oblivion, is what I'm telling you. This idea that degrees are going to level things out for you, no, that's a delusion. That's a delusion. By the time you get there, you will have racked up too much baggage. And you are not going to be able to get the men to freeze in motion and wait until you get ready to finally give up on that idea. That's not what's going to happen. Now you wake up in the 21st century and you're telling yourself, well, maybe there's going to be a fella out there. Well, maybe the government will step in and help alleviate me of the mess I got myself into. Let me tell you something. Black men understand this. Most of these women out here are swimming under debt. A lot of them are under student loan debt, but that's not the majority of them. But the women who feel most entitled, yeah, a lot of them are floating up under student loan debt. And there's no chance of being able to get out from under it. Why? Because you told yourselves that white daddy and the government was your ally. And then you found out he put you in a trick bag. That same government that you were telling yourself you'd be able to pit against black men and it was going to help you betray black men. That government put you over a barrel. They put you in a trick bag and stopped you in your tracks. Right then, right there. The same government that you told yourself, don't worry, they got my back. The same one you said, well, don't worry, they're going to even out the odds. They're going to help make up for all my daddy issues. They're going to put me in power over black men. And then you found out, he's got a trick bag waiting on you. And it's going to be a whole lot worse. That's what you found out. It's going to be a whole lot worse. And many of you were listening to your mamas when they told you this. Understand something. Your mama was unable to get a man who would produce for her. She was unable to get that. So she started guessing her way through the situation. And because she started guessing her way through it, she was unable to figure out how to tell you what would be the proper thing to do. So she figured, well, hell, here's the Hail Mary pass. They said go to college. Ladies, you are not one semester of college away. You are not 2 away. You're not a bachelor's degree away from having what it is you think you want. That's not where you are. You are a man who is a producer away from getting it, or 4 decades of working. That's where you are. You are one man who is a producer away from getting what you want, or you are 4 decades of work. That's it. That's where you are. That's where you actually are. Not where you dream about, not what you fantasize about, not what you hope about. This is the reality. You will get a producer or you will suffer. You will get a producer, or the most you're ever going to have is that dream car. You're going to have the car and literally nothing else, because a man is not going to take you on as a burden after you're sitting under $100,000 of debt. Hell, he's not going to take you on as a burden after you're sitting under $10,000. Yeah, you need him to step in. You need somebody willing to step in at that point, but that's not what's going to happen. If you squander those prime years and you become an albatross and you are just too much of a burden, just understand there will be consequences and steep consequences for doing so. Now we're actually watching the math come in. Now we're actually watching as they beg for mercy and are screaming, "White Daddy, please come save me." And this is their way of acknowledging that they know the men aren't coming to their rescue. Let's be clear. When they go squealing and screaming and pleading for the government to step in and help them after the government gave you the student loans you needed, you didn't have the money to go to college, so you needed the government, i.e. men's tax money, to give you the student loans that sent you to school. Now you're saying that you couldn't even capitalize on the college tuition that you were given. So you are now screaming mercy. You're screaming uncle. You're now admitting that your plan to get it without the men ain't gonna work. That you need someone to come save you because the plan to do this without a man fell through. You're just finally conceding you can't do it on your own, but you don't want to have to tell the men that they were right. But you're conceding that the men that you were hoping and expecting to come to your rescue never showed up. So now you're just saying, I want to spend money, I want to rack up debt, and I don't want to have to pay it. Yeah, if I come up with a bad idea, I just want to spend money and I'd want to rack up debt, but I don't want to have to pay it. This is the cost of not having men willing to take you on. This is the cost of not having a man willing to be your protector and provider. Because you see, when a man does it, that frees up a whole lot more room for you. When a man steps in to do it, it frees up a whole lot more room. We're talking about all ages, dude. You're late. Just knock it off. But there are some folks who are unhappy about this. I've seen some of them in the chat room here. So, without further ado, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the business. If you have been instructed by my mods to call in, you have 2 minutes to get on the line and then put your area code in the chat room. Otherwise, you will be banned. That's the way that this thing goes. The telephone number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Definitely want you to go ahead and give us a call about that. If you've been instructed to do so, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program in the Streamlabs, Cash App, and Super Chat. Thank you, Naturally Tura. You are a doll. S. King, that's my man right there. Thank you very much for your support on tonight's program. ART, as always, and everyone else who has supported tonight's program, we appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and open up the telephone lines here and take a couple of calls. Let me get caller from area code 610. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Quebina from Reading, Pennsylvania.
Okay, what's your name again?
Quebina.
All right, Quebina, what's on your mind?
Tough name. Yes, I'm just one of the low-value, males who, I just was calling to get a little bit gamed up on my situation. If that's all right.
Okay, exactly. What is your situation?
Okay. I found your, your channel back in probably February. And and I'm the type of person who's just been putting in a lot of my hustle into the wrong areas, basically. So, in listening to you, I changed my situation around. Went from unemployed to becoming a truck driver back in August, and I've been in training since then. I'm just looking to find out, your particular advice on the situation, how I should, start going from there.
Okay, you say that you finished truck driving school back in August?
Yes, that's when I started.
Okay. Technically speaking, you should be on the road training by now. Is that where you are now?
Yes, road training.
Okay, so right now you're doing your road training. Okay, so you're doing your side by side.
Yes.
You're doing your side by side right now.
Yeah. I got like 15,000 more miles to do with the trainer.
Okay, good.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 15. Yeah.
Good. Then basically at this point right now, you're in your training situation. It's not going to take you years. It's going to take you weeks. Okay. Soak up the game, soak up everything, because once your trainer is out of the truck, it's going to be just you. And at that point, that's when the real training begins. That's when the real work begins. But right now, you're doing exactly what I told you to do. This is the only program that explains in real time, lets people know from my experiences and others what you need to be doing. Definitely, you're doing the right thing. Don't try to rush it, but you need to be learning and learning quickly, because very soon you're going to be on your own. After you've been out there long enough and whatnot, of course, you do want to get your endorsements. So, tanker, hazmat, doubles, whatever, you definitely want to get your endorsements so you can start making your money. But remember, the business that you're in pays you by experience. Okay? It is experience that pays you here. So the more miles you get, the more days you get, the more you are racking up, the more you're building up. But right now, at this point right now, don't start getting impatient. Just keep on keeping on. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. This is where you're supposed to be. Period. You're going through the training, you're doing the work, you're paying your dues. That's what you're doing right now. But in a few weeks, it's going to change. They're going to get that trainer off of you, and they're going to expect you to be producing on your own. And that's the way it should be. And that's the way it should be. So, no, you're on the right track. You've done exactly what you were supposed to do. Are you learning?
Yes. The truck is an automatic, so I guess I wasn't sure how to feel about that.
That's even better. That's even better. Although,
it is? Okay.
You probably it would be great though if you would learn on a manual. But I mean, there's a lot of automatic trucks out there. The only thing is, if they pay to get you in one, can't always they can't always guarantee that you're going to have an automatic to be driving. Okay, so can't always guarantee that. I think, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, it's really helpful to be able to do both, not just to do an automatic.
Okay.
I've seen companies where a minority of their vehicles are automatics, so just be aware of that.
Should I go back to school? Should I go to one of the training schools and get that training so that I can get that restriction taken off my license?
In all honesty, in my humble opinion, I think eventually you should. I think eventually you want to go in that direction. I really don't know how you're going to meet some companies, especially if they're, I don't want to say lower rent, but definitely if they are not as well equipped, they may have nothing but, manuals. So, I mean, that's just basically, you're going to want to, in my opinion, I haven't met anybody who did well who couldn't do both. So everybody can do an automatic. It does itself, in my opinion. Okay. There are some poor ones. But right now, I'm not going to even tell you to go in that direction. I'm not even going to tell you to go in that direction. I'm trying to explain the chat room. I'm not saying that most of them out there are. That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say that. I said there are some companies I've seen that a minority of their trucks are automatics. It really just depends on how up to date their fleets are. If their fleets are up to date, you'll run into more automatics. I'm from Louisiana. I've seen companies that only have a few automatic trucks. But that's not really a big hurdle to get over either. That's not a big hurdle to get over either. So that's not really something that you need to be worrying about right now. You need to be worrying about your road experience. Okay? You need to be worrying about that right now. Once you get done with that, you can always go back and get manual if you need it. But right now, just stay the course, finish up your training so you can get done with that, and focus on one thing at a time, okay? You're not over there yet. You're over here. Right now, you're over here finishing your training. When you get done with your training, you do that. Now, are you going to be doing coast to coast? Are you doing regional, local? What are you doing?
Well, I'm doing OTR. So, yeah, coast to coast, I guess.
Okay, you're doing, I mean, is that what you're aiming for, is coast to coast?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just know that I'm pretty sure that the majority of the money is there. At least that's what I'm hearing. So,
Right.
I'm 27. I just turned 27 today. So
okay, well, you're great. Oh, you're great. 27 years old, man. You're right where you need to be. You are right where you need to be.
Okay.
You're right where you need to be. So
my situation.
Finish doing your training and everything. You are right where you need to be.
Okay.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Finish your training. You already passed your training and talking about, do I need to get hazmat, doubles, manuals? Finish where you at right now, okay? You've got time. You've got the space. You have the leniency. Finish where you're at, okay? That's my suggestion right now.
Okay.
Don't do anything else until you finish. Don't get ahead of yourself. Stop second-guessing yourself. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. Finish one thing at a time.
Okay.
And give me a call back once you're finished with your training.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight.
Awesome job.
I created the Black channel because I wanted to have a repository of information that I wish had been available to me when I was these young men's age and whatnot, when I was out there and stuff. So I certainly wanted to be a situation where, we encourage them and step by step, this is what we need to do. For Black males, Black females, this is a place where we encourage you step by step, because that's how you build a better community. Let me get caller from area code 786. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, this is Derek calling out of Miami, Florida. Can you hear me?
Okay, whoever you are, buddy, your phone, you sounds like you're getting mauled by a grizzly bear right now. Try picking your phone up.
This is Derek calling out of Miami, Florida.
Okay, Derek from Miami. It sounded like that scene with the polar bear, with the grizzly bear from The Revenant. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm outside, brother. That's why. Now, I was just calling because I wanted to say I really admire your broadcast and everything, and I wanted to ask what's going on with 8 a.m. Because I was a huge fan of 7 a.m., so I wanted to know about the next documentary.
I can neither confirm nor deny. Did you have any other question?
No, that was it. I was just a huge fan of your movies.
Well,
keep it up, good brother.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I'm like Will Smith. Ain't no MIBs. Not sure what he means by that. Now, if there were something like that, Caller from area code 346. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, this Negro is fighting with his car door. Caller from area code 813. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, my name is Tony, and I'm calling from Fort Lauderdale.
Hello, Tony from Fort Lauderdale. Wow, Tony sounds damn familiar. But all right, Tony, what's on your mind?
Okay, so I have a question. I am a producer with a little P, very little P.
Tony or whatever your name is out there. Sounds like you got the phone shoved down between your bra straps. So can you bring it out where we can hear it?
Oh, okay. Is that better now? Or is it still sound terrible?
No, that's fine. What's on your mind?
Okay, so I'm a producer with a little P, right? And so the things that I'm trying to do as far as career-wise in my life, I'm like, okay, now is the time you just got to stop. You got to stop, like, dating all over the place and just put the cards in one place, right? So there are several options, but there is one option that I have been, kind of speaking with for years. And this person and myself, we are getting ready to move into the same city, right? sometime soon. And I know that this person is probably dealing with other people, which, is expected to because they're doing their own thing. I'm not really, like, doing too much as far as, being... Well, I guess the main thing that I'm trying to figure out is when, at this point, like, you shouldn't really be playing games. I'm 41. And this person is a grown person, too. Like, they have grandkids, everything. So I need to just stop and settle down. And if this is the person I think I want to be with, can I just go ahead and have sex? Or do I just need to just wait? Why are you playing that music?
I just needed something to set the mood a little bit better here, so I just needed something to help us with that. Okay, so let me get this straight. You've met a dude in his 40s, and let me find out here. How old are you again?
I'm 41. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that.
All right. Your mama's TV is on back
Sorry.
there. All right.
Sorry about that.
Tell him calm down. So in any case, you both in your 40s, and basically you got the feeling this is the last train leaving?
No, I don't feel like this is the last train leaving. I just feel like this is probably... Because I know one thing you always say, you have what you never betray your interest. Because your feelings may change.
What interest do you have?
Like, I want to just stop bouncing and, like, dating different people. Not so much for sexual reasons, but, okay, I realize, like, and this is what you do say, it's true. Like, I think a lot of people maybe not necessarily want to admit it. I know I didn't want to admit it, but it's difficult to reach your full potential when you're trying to do it all by yourself. Like, the things that I'm trying to do, and it's not even so much for somebody to financially help me, but if I'm trying to date this person and that person, this person and that person, emotionally it's unstable because you're jumping from here to there to here to there. Oh, is this going to work out? And then when you're trying to focus on things that you need to do, you like keep switching up people and dating everywhere, so you can't even put all of your attention into doing what you need to do because you're also worrying about dating. Does that make sense?
Yes, that certainly makes sense. Now, here, I just have a couple of questions here, okay? First of all, so you're trying to figure out if you should have sex with him?
Yes.
How long have you two known? Now, one more time here in case I missed it before and all of that blizzard of verbiage. How long have you two been talking to each other?
Since like 2017.
Okay, you've been talking. Y'all have been talking for 3 years. How long have you been talking in a personal way?
It's just been. Well, let me just say it this way. I've had offers to come to where he is, but like I've always had other stuff going on, so I really haven't been able to take him as.
Okay, let me find out. Have you two had sex already at any time in the past?
No, never.
Okay, you two have never had sex at any time in the past. Has he desired to have sex with you at some time in the past?
Yes.
Okay, and you told him what?
I mean, it just didn't happen because I already had something else going on. So.
What does something else going on mean?
I mean, I was already like dating someone else.
So you were dating somebody else while you were talking to this dude.
Well, you make it sound the way you say
make
it sounds so good.
Make it sound. All I'm doing is repeating what you said the facts are. Why do y'all always respond? All I'm doing is repeating the facts, and you're talking about you making it sound. I'm just repeating what you said.
Well, when you say it, it doesn't sound good.
Oh, you mean you've never heard what you said, what you're saying, or what you're doing repeated back to you, and you're like, "Ooh, that sounds bad." So you've never actually heard somebody say to you what you're doing. Interesting. Tell me more.
Well, if you're not married, then I don't see. If you're not married, then you're not off the market.
Okay, so you were dating a guy, and while you're the type of chick who, while you're dating dudes, you talk to dudes on the side. So you're one of these chicks who's never truly single, and she's never truly in a relationship. Interesting.
I've been in a relationship before. That's not accurate.
That's what I'm saying. You just told us about the guy you were in a relationship with while you were talking to the fella that you're asking me about now. So that really does raise the value of being in a relationship with you, because when a man's in a relationship with you, he just needs to understand that he's, quote, in a relationship with a chick who entertains the company of dudes on the side.
Well, if you're not married, that's what he's free to do that. If you're not married, then there's no commitment. Like, it's no really, when you tell someone, hey, I want to be with you, I want to marry you, then, and yes, I have been married before. So when you tell someone that, you know, this is the person I want to be with, or even if you're engaged, then that kind of pulls you off the market. But it's no sense of like truly being off the market if you're not married. If a man wants to be with you and wants you to be his only person, then he'll take you off the market.
So you're saying that until you're married, you don't believe in being monogamous?
No, wait a minute.
That was what you just said. Now, she didn't like it when you say it like that. That's what you just said.
No,
you just said that you're not off. You just said you're not off the mark, ma'am. Sex starts between your ears, not between your legs. So you said that you're not in a relation. What you're saying is you're not in a committed relationship until you're married. That all your relationships are not actually relationships until you're married. Now, do the men that you talk to know that that's the way you get down?
Yeah.
No, you're lying. You know full damn well they don't know that. You didn't say the words yes. So you're a chick who does stuff behind dudes' backs, and apparently you've kept your head attached to your shoulders all this time, and nobody has come up and knocked your head clean off your neck. But I am going to tell you, you're a bit too old to be doing stuff like that. You're really taking cemetery chances. And you know that. Do you have any kids?
Yes, I have children.
Are they minors?
I have two. One is an adult and the other one is a minor, yes.
Is the minor a girl?
Yes.
Mom of the year. Another sterling example of black
Wait
womanhood.
A minute. Wait, let me just say this. In all...
Save yourself, dear. All you can do right now is make it worse. All you can do right now is make it worse. Let's hear it for that feminine example to our daughters.
My daughter does not interact with people that I date.
Ma'am,
so
if you don't just stop, you are her feminine example. Your attitude toward men bleeds out of your pores. Just like a man's attitude toward women. So if you're going to sit up here and try my daughter don't know I'm grimy. Okay. That's what they all say.
And may I say this?
And the girls keep getting worse and worse with all of these sloppy females with their sloppy sexual habits. Generation after generation, these sloppy hoes claim they're not that bad. The kids don't see nothing. She can't even keep folk from figuring out what color her underwear is, telling us what her kids don't know. I'm just going to say right now, by the way, if you're a 41-year-old single mom, truth be told, I don't know why you trying to act like the draws are something special and you trying to think it over. What you saving? I don't get it. What are you saving? What is so special here? I've known this guy for 3 years. I've known this guy for 3 years, but I don't just sleep with everybody. Okay. I got two kids.
I'm not sexually active.
I got 2 kids, but I don't just sleep with everybody.
Active. I'm not sexually active. So that's like, so when you're saying
when single moms say that they're not single moms say that they're not sexually active, what they mean is they don't want to claim the guys that they're sexually active with at the moment. So them guys don't count. Now she's asking me about the one that she wants to count, but when single moms say they're not sexually active, what they mean is the guy they're sleeping with right now. I don't want to count him. There you go. That's not accurate and that's not fair. I've been abstinent for months, so that's not even. I doubt it's been by. I doubt it's. But the very fact that you called me tonight asking what you're asking, it's not by choice.
Really?
It's not by choice. It's by circumstance, not by choice.
It's by what does that mean by circumstance?
What that means is by the time you get 41, you realize that men you're not playing the men are playing you. You're getting a bunch of sex, but you're not getting anybody who is taking you under their wing. You're not getting anybody who is being your protector and provider. You're not getting anybody who's actually claiming you. Certainly not financially claiming you. So by the time you all get in your 40s, yeah, y'all got so many road miles at that point. It's like, yeah, sex at that point, you when you were younger, sex was something that you leveraged. Today, sex is just something that is it's the only way you can get a man to slow down long enough to give you the time of day. Once y'all get in your 40s, you're not leveraging sex anymore. It's not leverage for you. It's just the only way you can keep men from driving by at 100 miles an hour.
Oh, wow. That is a very interesting perspective.
Dear, take a look at
that is a very interesting perspective.
Take a look. All I'm going to say is if you believe that that's a perspective and not a fact, then I invite you to look no further than your bank account, your rent, your car note, and then ask yourself, who's offering or even threatening to step in on any of those? And did you have this problem 13 years ago?
That's interesting. I don't have a problem with anybody offering to help me. That's not my issue. I don't have an issue with someone wanting to help me financially.
If that were the case, then you'd be with one of them.
That's not true. Maybe I just don't want the ones that want me.
Okay, then if the only men that you are able to attract are men that you have men who you wouldn't take them even if they could pay you. Listen to what you just said. The only men that I can attract to take care of me are men I am so undesirous and repulsed by that they literally couldn't pay me to be in my presence. Think about that for just a few moments.
Jason, that is not accurate.
That was what you just said. You just said I get plenty of offers from men offering to take care of me. Why don't you with them? I don't want them. You don't. Why don't you want them?
And what if we're not in this? There are a lot more factors that go into.
No, they're not. It's the same old. It's the same old factor. It's the same old factor.
Actually, it's not. Actually, it's not. Because, like, let's say, for instance, if you live in a different city, then it's really not as feasible. So that's why I said, you know what? Okay, I'm not going to argue with you. You win. You're just going to try and twist it, even if the facts are presented.
I'm not twisting. Okay, let's not do that. I don't twist things. I am repeating every word that you are saying. I have not twisted anything. I have simply repeated what you have said. You are the one who just said, I haven't had sex with nobody in months. I haven't had a relationship in months. And I said, yes, that's because the options you have available to you aren't desirable. And you claimed I got plenty of dudes who want to take care of me. And I said, then why aren't you with them? And you said, because I don't want to be with them.
But you know what, Jason? I respect that. You have that point of view.
The fact that, first of all, let's be clear about something. If the only men that you are able to get the company of are men that you're meeting online, that's not a good idea. So if they don't live in the same city you're in and you live in a place like Fort Lauderdale, that shouldn't be a problem. If you're having to go outside of southern Florida with all the options that are available there, with all the women who are getting picked up down there, and you can't get none of that action, the problem isn't southern Florida.
See, this is what I'm saying. You are looking at things from just not considering all the perspectives. Like I said, I'm someone who has a small child. Okay, like let's say if I'm going to go out and date right now, where's my child going to go?
Okay, but you're the one. Okay, you're the one.
I have to go to a different city.
Okay, you can't say out of one side of your mouth that you want to know about dating, and then on the other side of your mouth say that I can't really consider dating because I have a child. So this whole phone call would be an exercise in futility if you're going to say, "Oh, I can't date. I have a child." It hadn't stopped you so far. It didn't stop you with the first. It didn't stop you with the first child. You're a 2-time baby mama. It didn't stop you with the first child. Didn't stop you with the second.
No, I'm not.
Now you're saying
I'm not. I'm a one-time wife.
Okay.
And a second-time baby mama. But like you said,
you think that's better? So that means she has no respect for marriage. That's not good either, ma'am. It didn't stop you. It didn't stop you from getting a second child, and no man committed to you. So now you're going to tell us all of a sudden it does? It didn't stop you. Having a child didn't stop you from becoming a baby mama.
Well, sir, let me just say this. I have a producer that just texts me, and I have to take that call. So thank you very much. Have a good night.
Well, I hope that works out.
Thank you.
I also hope he knows that you got 3 other niggas on another line, so he's got to get in where he fits in, because this is just his moment to get you on the phone. And she was on the phone with me before she was on the phone with you, dude, by the way. Chicks are scandalous out here right now, man. It's scandalous today. The whole situation is scandalous. I want the ladies out there to understand. It's if you want to know why men do things the way that we do things now, just understand she is typical of what's going on out here. If you doubt, call me up about it. 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Let me get caller from area code 862. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Andre from Bloomfield, New Jersey.
Andre from Bloomfield. What's on your mind?
Here I heard the conversation, and you're absolutely right, man. Chicks are scandalous, man. And I'm married, and I will never let my guard down. Never, 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 never. I had an accident. I parlayed that money into a couple of properties, and guess what? I got one on the market, and I'm just going to relax and see where I go from there.
That's a good idea. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get a caller from area code 267. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from area code 504. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Dominique calling from New Orleans.
Dominique calling from New Orleans. What's on your mind?
Hi. This is my first time joining. I am 32, single, and I already have quite a bit of student loan debt. I guess my question was, Like, what should I be doing now? What's your recommendation for achieving financial freedom?
Dominique, you said you're 32 years old?
Yes.
Okay, Dominique, I've really only got 2 questions to ask you. You said you don't have any children?
I just don't.
Okay, your phone broke up on you. Try again.
I don't have any children.
Okay. Dominique, what dress size do you wear?
18.
Need I say more? You tell me, how much leverage do you think you have to get a man to partner with you? You tell me.
I don't know how to answer that question.
You do know how to answer that question, Dominique. You know full damn well a bad broad gets men to pay bills. You know that. You know full damn well when you saw a chick roll up to the store, hop out the car looking like Aaliyah with sunshades, hopping out of a Porsche with sunshades on, you know full damn well she don't have to buy that. Let's not play silly.
So your recommendation is that I lose weight.
My recommendation is that you should look like the life you want to lead. If you want to lead a sloppy, out of shape, slovenly, careless life, keep doing what you're doing. If you want to communicate to people that you are a serious, mentally fit, emotionally fit individual, then that should show inside and outside. But all you're saying at size 18 is you don't give a damn. That's what you're saying. And that's what you're communicating to people. And more importantly, that's what you're communicating to men. That you don't give a damn. So how are you going to sit up here and expect people to treat you better than you treat yourself? Now,
Okay,
you know
fair.
better.
Thanks.
I mean, you know better than that, just to begin with. You know better than that. How long you been a size 18, Dominique? Be honest.
For a while.
Okay, we're both from Louisiana.
For a while.
Okay, you and I are both from Louisiana. Both of us. I'm from Shreveport. I'm from the north. You're from the south. And let me tell you right now, Louisiana has got some of the fattest, biggest, wobbliest, out of shape females you ever met in your life. They call it the Bible Belt. They need to call it the obesity belt. The females from a young age, their mamas sit here and turn them into big pigs. It's disgusting and it is reprehensible. And then when young men from Louisiana go other places, all they got to do is go 175 miles west to Dallas, 6 hours east to Atlanta. Hell, if they keep going to Florida, now they're at the beach. God help you if they make it to California and go see what some real women look like. At that point right there, y'all are just non-existent. I just want you to understand that. At that point, you become non-existent. All they have to do is go to Dallas for the first time, and females from Louisiana become non-existent. In that New Orleans area, it's really kind of hit or miss. You got some bad red bones, but those are really chicks who from between the ages of 19 and 22. So you're either dealing with some big fat AKs or you're dealing with some slender chicks who are in shape before somebody gets a hold of them. And it's not good. It's not good. And what I'm saying is that it's an embarrassment. And I'm not here to beat up on anybody. I'm just here to tell you, Dominique, I want you to understand that as black men, that's embarrassing to us. That's embarrassing to us that the women don't feel like they need to represent us as men or even themselves better. They just do not care. They're just born completely unconcerned about themselves as people. And they don't aspire to anything. Why on earth would a man put you in a $300,000 house with a Mercedes? Why would he do that? Why would he do that for a size 18? What would that say about his life if he did that? And furthermore, where's the leverage? So that's the kind of thing I take a look at. And it's really just kind of, it's dispiriting to see that. Especially when you get out and go other places. Because I've been doing it since I was 17 years old. I've been traveling the country since I was a teenager. And I'm just really going to be honest. Louisiana's also one of those places where black women like to talk about their degrees. How much student loan debt you got, Dominique?
About $60,000.
Yeah, about $60,000. What's your degree in? Psychology, sociology, teaching? What's it in?
Social work.
All right. How's that working out?
Okay. I mean, I don't make as much money as I would like to, but...
You don't make as much money as you would like to? What does that mean?
I guess going into school, I had different expectations about the earning power of the degree.
Yeah, you were under the impression that you were going to be making six figures. You got that degree and realized, damn, I'm only making a little bit more than I'd be making at Popeyes at this point. A social worker in Louisiana really at best is going to make mid 40s, maybe 50 if you're lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you realize that's not my point. Is I did tonight's program because I wanted you all to understand. And let me ask you a question here. What size does your mama wear? I'm not being mean. I want us to get down to the heart of the problem. What size does your mama wear, babe?
I believe about a size 10.
If that's a true statement, how long has she been wearing that? Because fat women produce fat children.
She's been maintaining the same weight for quite some time. She's never really been overweight.
Okay. How long have you been overweight?
For as long as I can remember.
Okay, so your mama was a size 10, but she helped her daughter to be twice that size. I want you all to think about that for just a moment. That's the very definition of parental abuse. I'm sorry, child abuse. Mama sat here and spoiled and crushed her children with a fork and a spoon, and probably told herself that she was taking care of you all. My kids ain't starving. No, you're killing them the other way. And your daughter has never known what it was like to get positive attention from men who were willing to walk up and take care of her simply because she demonstrated that she was able to take care of herself. Also understand one other thing. A size 18 female, what does that communicate to men that he's going to do to his children if he chooses to have children with her? If he chooses to have children with her, she is communicating to him that this is what she's going to do to his kids, maybe worse. Think about that for just a few moments. And that degree is no substitute for a man. What does your father think of all this?
Of what? The weight or the degree? What exactly? What does he think about what exactly? The weight or the degree or the singleness?
Does your father live with your mother?
He does.
Okay, are they married or they just live together?
They are married. They've been married maybe 33 years or so.
Your father has been married to your mother most of your adult life, and yet he allowed this to happen to his daughter. Just out of curiosity, did something happen to you when you were young that might have contributed to this?
No. Mm-mm.
Nothing at all?
No.
Okay. Because, usually, especially in that Louisiana area, usually something has happened to the girls that caused that to occur. Like, she didn't get a little big. She got way out there with a mother who isn't. And her father was present. That usually indicates something else was happening.
No type of abuse or trauma or anything like that could have contributed.
Is your father
contributed to weight gain.
Is your father obese also?
He is.
Okay.
He is
well, that explains where that came from then. Between the two of them. He didn't set a very good example. Your mother absolutely did not set a very good example. They sent their daughter off to school. She has obtained a degree, but her degree is useless. And her degree is useless not because of the degree that she has, but because she is unable to leverage it to get the cooperation of a man. What does your mother have a degree in?
She does not have a degree.
Interesting.
Neither one of my parents have a degree.
So your mother got a husband and no degree. Her daughter has a degree and no husband.
Correct.
How much debt is your mother in?
No debt.
Her mother has
No debt.
Her mother has a husband and no degree and no debt. The daughter has a degree and no husband. Debt out the ass. I'm not doing this to be mean. I'm doing this because I want everybody to learn that this is not simply hyperbole. This is not simply me talking. This is the real damn world, and this is real life. The most important decision that a woman will ever make is the man she chooses to be with. Because that man is going to determine her level of affluence, her level of prosperity, and quite frankly, her level of survival. And if you're out here by yourself, with no protector, no provider, no one to claim you, you are fighting this world alone. And that's where you currently are right now. Long story short, baby, you need a partner is what you need. You can't do this by yourself. It's not going to get better.
Okay.
You are going to have to knuckle down and say, I need to demonstrate to people that I am serious. And hopefully, over the course of the next year and a half, you can demonstrate that. But right now,
thank you for your time.
Right now, nothing's going to happen without it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. I know that's a tough pill to swallow. Folks want to hear me say something else. It's a tough pill to swallow. I got to tell you, too, just like it is. Ladies, understand something. A man is going to judge you. There's a big misnomer. Let me clear something up right now. You all have heard this false statement that men are visual creatures. That's false. That's a lie. That's wrong. Men are not visual creatures. Women are the most visual creatures on the planet. Men have 4 types of underwear. Women got 40. Men have clothes that basically have 5 basic colors. Women have 132 shades of colors they buy. Women are the most visual creatures in creation. Men are not visual creatures. Men are physical creatures. We take a look at something and we start determining how it can be used, how it can work, what it can do. So when we take a look at a woman, her physical condition is going to tell us what she can do. Just like when we look at a car, its physical condition, its shape, its look, the condition of its paint job tells us what it can do. Men are not visual. Men are utilitarian. And when we look at a woman, we immediately begin determining what she can do for us. What can a size 20 do for us? We can see what a size 8 can do. We can see what a size 6 can do. We can see what a size 4 can do. We're trying to figure out, what am I supposed to do with this size 20? What can she do? She can barely walk. What can she do for me? How long is she going to be able to last? We're not visual creatures, we're physical creatures. We're going to take a look at you and we're going to start sizing up and determining exactly what you can do. And when he takes a look at the size 20, the first thing that comes to his mind is she can't do nothing for me. Why? She can't do anything for herself. It would be pointless for me if I take her car shopping. I got to get her the Escalade. Got to. And I want you all to understand that's what it means. That's what it means. It means that you have to understand men are going to judge you based upon your utility. We are going to look at your utility. We're going to look at what you got. And then we're going to make a decision. And a lot of people don't like that. A lot of women don't like that because that means you're held to a standard. And if your mother didn't prepare you, your mama sitting there talking about you is kind and you is pretty and you is beautiful and you is intelligent. Your mother is destroying you. Your father is aiding and abetting. And there are a bunch of you out here right now who figured that a degree was going to be your veto power. That you could be as fat, slovenly, unattractive, useless as you wish to be. But don't worry, I don't have to listen to what those men say. I will get me a degree. And that degree, even if the men do not want to protect or provide for me, I'll get a degree and hot damn, I'll protect and provide for myself. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And to be in your 30s, as I pointed out from this previous article here, understand, by the time you all get in your 30s, your degree isn't going to be protection. Your degree is not going to protect you from reality. Your degree is not going to be your companion. Your degree is not going to be a substitute for a man. You are either going to get a man who will collaborate and partner with you, or you will be alone. Your degree is not going to give you veto power. Caller from area code 678, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey there, I am Castle. I am from Atlanta, Georgia.
Castle from Atlanta, what's on your mind?
Yeah, well, I was just listening to what you were saying, and yeah, I fully agree with everything that you're saying. I'm 32, and I remember back when in my early 20s, girls always talking about they don't need a man for anything. They can do this, do that, all by myself or whatever. And here I am, 32 now, and some of those girls I've run into like recently or so, they're just, like you said, either drowning in debt. Some of them are having like emotional breakdowns. Some of them are just complaining about the type of men they get or whatever. And I'm thinking to myself, like, well, I mean, you said you can do everything all by yourself, but now here you are, early 30s, and you just, can't.
Well, let me add an addendum to that, brother, because I'm over a decade older than you. I've been hearing it much longer than you have. Believe it or not. It was already at epidemic proportions when you came of age. I'm telling you right now, it was at tremendous proportions when I came of age. And I'm older than you are. So understand, the problem was well advanced even then. We've been dealing with this since the late 70s, and it really kicked off in the early 80s. And you can lay it, a lot of it really at the feet of Oprah Winfrey. quite frankly, honestly, because she was the one who helped popularize it. Just like Superfly popularized doing drugs for black men, Oprah popularized foolery for black women. But to something that you said there, you said a lot of them are dealing with emotional breakdowns and whatnot. Brother, that's most of them today. That's the thing we really have to talk about. We really got to talk about the fact that most of these females today, brother, they are suffering emotional breakdowns, nervous breakdowns. It's a whole lot of pressure out here. And because they are in an environment that does not psychologically nor emotionally agree with them. You see, men are ultra competitive. You drop us in an ultra competitive environment and it makes us more masculine. Everybody here, take notes. Take notes. I'm sprinkling you with the business. When you drop men in an ultra competitive environment, we become more masculine. We become more focused. We become more driven. We become more productive. When you drop women in a competitive an ultra competitive environment, they become more catty. They become more stressed. They become more belligerent. That does not agree with them. That's why women stay away from manual labor. Manual labor is competitive. When you're on a construction site, either you can pick up this 50-pound bag of cement or you ain't got a job. That's the ultimate definition of competitive. As women go to teaching jobs, office jobs, desk jobs. They need air conditioning. Women don't work warehouse jobs. Unless it's someplace like Home Depot, and that's not really a warehouse. Women don't work warehouse jobs. They don't work outside. They don't do manual labor. There's only a certain amount of pressure they could take. If it wasn't, they would all be sitting at the construction jobs, the plumbing jobs, the carpentry jobs. They would be doing that. They don't, because it doesn't agree with them mentally, emotionally, or physically. It doesn't agree with them.
I do, yeah. I agree with you on that one because I'm taking right now. I'm working on in computer coding, and I'm going through like there's some courses, and I'm also within a boot camp that I'm working on. And there's quite a few girls within there, and I would say like in the classes that I've been, there's probably at most like 20, like 30 people, and out of that, I would probably say about maybe 8 or 9 of them are women, and like maybe like the first few weeks. They were just like, it just seemed like very catty. They weren't getting the work like done correctly, and they all just quit. All of them just quit. Some of the girls I kept in contact with, and they're just talking about mental breakdowns. One of them was talking about killing herself. Like it was crazy. So yeah, it's what you were saying. It was spot on.
Well, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. Let me get a caller from area code 678. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Miss Jones. I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Well, hello, me and Mrs. Jones. What's on your mind?
Okay, so let me first preface this with, I love your show. Someone referred me, through a link, and I have been listening to your videos, and I think a lot of what you're saying is very true, particularly about, women and relationships and things of that nature. But I will have to say, though, I sense a sense of, it seems like you're bitter against women in their 40s. I am a woman in my 40s. I am a single woman. I was raised by my father. I'm from the Midwest. I'm from Detroit. I'm educated. I have a degree. But the thing about it is the women who are in my area and during the time that I came out of school, our parents, really were like, what, focus on your education. Don't worry about getting married. You want to be able to take care of yourself. And I think a lot of that comes from them seeing pitiful black men, frankly.
Okay, let me find out a couple of things here. First of all,
okay,
you made a statement here, and let's see if we can find out exactly what your justification for that is. You made a statement of saying that I strike you as, quote, bitter at women over 40. Now, bitter is a word
Right.
that okay, be quiet. Bitter is a word that has a definition. You can't just be some ignoramus grabbing a word and using it out of context without its definition. So, in the definition of the word bitter, what is it that you have heard that sounds bitter?
Well, first of all, in my opinion, when someone is bitter, when they speak, there's a harshness to it that is uncalled for and unnecessary.
Harshness
So,
is
like
an
on some of
opinion.
your
Harshness is not a fact.
Excuse me?
Harshness is an opinion. It could be that you're just a very weak individual who, when you hear the truth, you're just so sensitive because it strikes you in a place you don't like that to you, the truth is just harsh to you. That could be a possible.
Well, you know
could
what?
Could that actually?
That could be.
Okay, thank you. So if that could be, then it may be you're just a weak person, and that hearing the truth for the first time ever, you just interpret it as harsh because you've never actually had to deal with somebody telling the straight truth without trying to taint it or dilute it to spare your feelings. So it may just be that you're a bit weak. You're probably a bit weak and fragile. And it's maybe time for you to actually take a look in the mirror and say, wow, I've been kind of weak and fragile. And I mistake that for my weakness and my fragility, because I've never had people talk to me honestly before. I've insisted that they lied to me. In my weakness and fragility, I have become a person who's so weak that I interpret something as basic as truth to be, quote, harsh.
Okay, so, the bottom line is that is my interpretation when I hear you speak.
Correct, but
You
let's be
sound
very
like a
clear.
man
It's
who
your
were rejected
feeling.
in your high school years by the beautiful women, and then now that those women have aged, now you want to pay everyone
But ma'am,
back
the problem
for
with
not
that
choosing
statement
the nerd
is
or choosing
men
the
are
man
not
that's-
looking for women in their 40s. That's the problem. Nobody wants you. You're in your 40s. Nobody's competing
let
for
me ask
you.
you this. Are you
Ma'am,
married?
nobody's
Are you married?
No, ma'am, I'm happily single.
Are you married?
I'm happily single and rejecting females
But guess
like
what?
you.
I'm happily single also.
No, you're
So
not,
I'm a
ma'am. You're
woman
on my
in her
phone
40s.
angry. You're very much not happy
not
at
angry.
all. Yes, you are. You're literally on my
First
phone right
off-
now, raising your voice and screaming. You're as angry. You're the one who's bitter. So that's called projection. You're the one that
Jason,
nobody wants,
Jason,
ma'am.
Jason, I don't think so. I'm on your line.
And
explaining
I'm not
to
on
you
yours.
How you come across.
I'm not on your line. You called me.
You
I would
are
never
on
call
your
you.
platform saying things about black women, number one, that have pulled the
Look
culture
how loud
forward,
you are.
pushed
Now
the
she claims
culture
she's not
forward.
angry, and look how loud and
tell
angry
you
she
something,
is.
Jason.
She is
Sweetheart,
loud and
dear-
angry
Dear heart,
while claiming she's
dear
not.
heart, dear heart,
She's such a
I am not
happy
angry.
person. Doesn't her voice sound
But
happy
because
to
you
all of
won't
you?
let
Hey,
a
everybody,
black
doesn't she
woman
sound
with
so
an
happy and
opinion
fulfilled?
a point across, then you want to say that we're all loud, that we're all bitter, just like the typical pitiful black man that ain't never got no, excuse my French, pussy.
This is what happens
in
when
his
you're a
college
size
days.
8. When you're a size
He was
18 and men have
rejected
ignored
by
you
all
into
the
middle
fly
age, this
women.
is what happens.
So now he's on a platform and he feels like a big man because maybe he got some money. And let me say this.
No maybe,
My father
ma'am, no maybe,
loved
no
me.
maybe about it.
Yes.
If I might have a moment here to flex, it ain't no maybe, baby.
No,
my
I
money,
don't
my
hear you
paper
flex.
is straight.
I done heard you flex for the past 6 months. I've listened to your videos.
Oh, she is triggered now, isn't she?
Have a woman in your life to add balance. Perhaps you should work on your personality so that you can get the quality of woman that you are. And let me see you get a woman that you're talking about, a high-class, high-value woman, and then you come back on your platform and you show me how it's done.
Would you
you
like
do
me
that?
to?
I would. I want to see what your better half looks like. And I'm pretty sure you're going to probably have to buy her because at the end of the day, you sound like a man who has been rejected, who has issues with women. And let me tell you something, Jason. I actually really love most of your content. I really do. A lot of what you said makes sense. But I do feel this way about you right now.
Ma'am, why would anybody care what a over 40 overweight female thinks? Why would we care what you think?
See, you have to resort to insult.
Ma'am, that's not an insult. No, that's not an insult. That's a statement of fact.
Listen,
you called me up to complain about my statements. Why would anybody care? You asked me if I was single. Why would anyone care what you think? You're over 40 and overweight. Ma'am, we're not going to argue, and you're not going to talk over the host. You have exhausted your entertainment ability. You asked me if I was single. I'm now saying you're over 40. Why would anyone care what an over 40 overweight female thinks?
You know what? The bottom line is,
ma'am, that's a simple question. That's a simple question.
From a child, you're walking.
That is a simple question.
One, and you think more highly of yourself.
Ma'am, but you're over 40 and overweight. Nobody cares what you think.
Of yourself.
This is what. Do you all see why she's angry?
Let me tell you something. If I was 50,
ma'am, if you're off the line, understand something. Now, I want you all to be aware here. I let her talk, and she's exhausted her entertainment capacity. But you all see. I want you to understand. Now, that was really a good example. That was really a good example of a few things. First of all, she said, you're bitter about women over 40. That's a female who blew it in her 20s. She blew it. She had her chance. She had her opportunity to get it popping. She failed. She blew it. She's probably one of these females. In her case, she probably went to college and failed to get her degree, but she does have the kids and everything else in tow. And she blew it. So now she's angry that the black males who are producers, and let's just be very clear, she also admitted and conceded what she was really angry about. Did you hear what she said? And the problem is that because you got some black men like you who y'all got a little money and you got a little money up under you. Well, yes, actually, if I may here, let me say here, if I might tip my brim and pop my collar for just a moment. My money's straight like a median center line. It sure is. I can't lie to you about that. My money's straight like Interstate 20. It sure is. And the fact that you brought up that subject and the fact that you invoked that tell me what I need to know. But I mean, since you brought the subject up, I can't lie to you. I can't lie to you. My money's straight like starch pants. It really is. Can't lie. I feel like Mac 10. I just told my son we got problems in our life, but money ain't one. Yeah, I can't lie to you. I can't lie to you. And she's looking around at her situation, and she's looking around at her life, and she's saying to herself, well, I'll be damned. She's saying to herself, I'll be damned. You see, it's one thing when you hear these things from a fella who ain't got it. It's one thing when you hear these things from a fella that you know it ain't right. It's one thing when you hear these things from a fella who doesn't have the intellectual, mental, psychological, or financial resources. It's one thing when you hear it from him. It's quite another thing when you hear it from a dude who you know his paper is straight. You know his paper is straight. So she admitted and exposed what she's really angry about. You got these black men who, when they gets middle-aged, they money is straight. They got a little paper up under them, and you done left us big jiggly middle-aged broads behind. Yeah, we did. Can't lie. Yeah, we did. Can't lie to you. You that 88 Corolla with 400,000 miles on you, baby. I can't. What am I supposed to do with this? Oh. So understand, and she just called in angry and mad, and she was projecting. No, I wasn't bitter. She was the one bitter as hell. She couldn't even contain it. She couldn't even fake it long enough to get through there. Jason, let him talk. I let her talk. You saw what she did. I let her talk. The problem is, you men's who got your money up under you ain't trying to get nobody in their 40s. No, I'm not going to pick up no damn disciplinary problem. You just demonstrated why it is that you are in the situation you're at in your 40s. Jason, are you married? No, I'm happily single. Baby, can I just say it like it is right quick, ladies? I want to say something right now. I'm not bragging. It ain't bragging if you done it. It ain't bragging if you done it. But if I may to just go ahead and, let you know what the real is. Yeah, when I say happily single, I'm in the best spot of my life. I've got all the options I want. I worked very hard to get those options. While she was getting run through in her 20s, I was laying the foundation. I was doing the work. My paper is straight. My life is straight. Ain't got no kids. Don't have any debts. Everything's looking sweet over here. I mean, I can't lie to you about that. You gonna hate on me for that? So you gonna hate on me for that? You hating on me? Please. You're hating on me because when I encounter a female, all I got to do is say, hey, I don't have to ask her what she brings to the table. I am the table. Ain't no discussion. She ain't never had no nigga who could talk to her like that. She's used to paying for the... Y'all talk about making prostitution legal. Let me just tell you a little bit of something. Women like her made prostitution legal decades ago. Women like her been paying dudes to spend time with her for decades. Women like her have had to pay fellas to spend time with her for decades now. You want to talk about prostitution? You want to talk about prostitution? In the chat room, no, I'm not going to do that. You might have herpes. Not interested. You might have herpes. Not here for that. But understand, it's going to make you angry. It's going to make you upset. I don't blame you. But you need to fix where you at. You need to fix where you're at. That's what you need to get together here. Instead of being angry with me, it should be a different situation. It should be a different situation. When you get in your 40s, understand, these chicks in their 40s today, ladies, can we just keep it real? When y'all are getting to your 40s today, man, it's a badass situation right now. They mad as hell. Do you understand? They're mad as hell right now. They got their degrees and not a damn thing else. They got their degrees and nothing else. It's rough on them. They're angry. That's what I said to the caller right before her. Brother, they're having emotional issues and every damn thing else. She remembers what it was like. She remembers what it was like to have a dude able to sit up here and say, hey, what I got to spend, mommy? She remembers what it used to be like to have that there, but then once she got up there, that was it. That was it. All she can do, she's looking at females half her age now, and she sees them as supposedly stealing. They're supposedly stealing the benefits that she believes she's supposed to be getting at 40. See, she's supposed to be sitting up pretty. By this point in her life, she told herself by this point in her life, She's supposed to be driving that Audi A8, living in that 3,500 square foot house in the suburbs. She told herself it was supposed to be sweet right now. And when she hears me say what I'm saying, that yeah, we could do something for you, but we ain't, she went for what she thought was the jugular. The problem is you upset with women in their 40s. Why would I be upset with women in their 40s? Women in their 40s ain't in the game anymore. Did I just say that? I just said that. Women in their 40s ain't in the game anymore. Nobody's looking to make you the mother of their child. Nobody's looking to start a family. Nobody's looking to start a long-term commitment. Why would anybody be angry with you? You're not even in the game. We might be angry with these 20-year-olds who are screwing up and on their way to becoming like you, but we're not angry with you. That's why you got to call in and make an ass of yourself. Hey, look at me over here. You just hating. You just mad. Okay. And the problem is, you in your 40s, you're sitting on all that money, you're sitting on all that paper, you could be taking care of a big, fat, wiggly, jiggly, piggly, fig Newton-built broad like me. But you're taking it somewhere else. Yes, I'm taking it somewhere else. I'm taking it somewhere else in damn me a steamer trunk. Yes, I'm taking it somewhere else. Caller from area code 404. You're on Live with the Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Erica from Atlanta.
Hello, Erica from Atlanta. I hear the babies in the background.
Yes.
Shout out to my baby mamas. What's on the line? What's on your mind?
So I'm 29. I have a 2-year-old. I have a bachelor's. I'm like 20 something in debt, and
wait a minute. How old are you again?
29.
29, and you're over $20,000 in debt.
Yeah. From student loans.
What is your degree in?
Microbiology.
Do you actually have your degree yet?
Yes. I got it 2014.
That's got to be a minor ass degree for just $20,000. What is that, an associate's?
No, it's 4 years. Microbiology, bacteria, viruses.
And what in the world did you think you were going to be able to do with a degree in microbiology, bacteria? What did you think you were going to be able to do with that?
I really was hoping to work for the CDC.
How'd that work out?
It did not. All
right.
I feel very unprepared for life. My mom is an immigrant. My dad is FDA. And I was raised by my mom. My parents divorced when I was a baby. So I feel like...
That child back there is very rambunctious.
Yeah.
How old are they?
He's 2. He'll be 3 in January.
Where's his father?
And he loves your channel, the Black channel.
Very glad to hear that. I don't know if you're going to feel the same after tonight, but we'll see. Where's his father?
He lives 13 minutes up the road.
He lives 13 minutes up the road, but he don't live with you.
No.
How old is his father?
He's younger than me. He's born in 93, whatever that is.
Whatever that is, you don't know how old the father of your child is?
I mean, I'm pretty self-centered, so no, I don't keep track of people's ages.
Okay.
Oh my God.
He was born in 93. That's probably 2 years younger than you.
Okay, 27. Sure.
Not very good. These are basic emotional issues we're dealing with here. Not very good. Have you gotten therapy, ma'am?
I have a while ago, and since listening to your channel,
go back.
I want to again.
It's time to go back and deal with these issues because the response you just gave me was criminal. And I'm just going to be honest. The response you just gave me was criminal. That was really criminal.
What do you,
I want you to understand.
What do you mean?
I just asked you about your child's father, and your response was, well, yeah, I'm a pretty self-centered person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He and I actually talked about that today.
Yeah. Yeah, what I'm saying is that makes you unfit to have anybody crawl between your legs, because the only thing you can do is spit out trouble, is what I'm trying to say. All you can really do is make things worse. And what you've tried to do is give birth to a friend. And that's not going to work either. You can't give birth to friends.
No, I don't.
If you can't get along,
I have to disagree with that.
if you can't get along with the adults walking around out here, having children is not going to solve that problem or fill that gap. You can disagree whatever you want to, ma'am. I'm taking a look at where you are. You're $20-something thousand in debt. You have a degree you cannot use. You went off and got a bastard kid, and here you are. Your protector and provider is 13 minutes up the road, and it doesn't look like you're going to be able to fix that gap. You're 29 years old. Nobody is going to be hurting themselves to take a 29-year-old baby mama with a 2-year-old and thousands of dollars in debt off the market, which means the circumstances you find yourself under, you're drowning under them now, and nobody's coming to the rescue, so you will drown.
Okay, so I also have a question. I am dating.
And the other thing I want to tell you is that all of that yelling and stuff back there, I got to tell you right now, people who don't have children, we understand that when we hear that. Unruly children are the products of unruly parents. And at 2 or 3 years old, they shouldn't be making all that noise. If they're doing that, that's because they have a parent who can't be bothered to discipline their children. And discipline does not mean spanking. It means to make sure that your children understand from an early age. By the time they're 1, they're going to take after you. They'll either be unruly and make a noise, or they will start to be intelligent and disciplined, because they're supposed to be talking in whole sentences by the age of 2 or 3. And that's not what's going on behind you right now. It's just make a noise. That tells me the type of mentality around them. Not being mean, ma'am. I'm just saying, in case your mothers or fathers never told you how it's supposed to be, just understand, I can hear what type of parent you are behind you. I can hear it. So before you sit up and talk about what's not true and what isn't right, I can hear the product of what you are behind you. That's not normal rambunctiousness. That is, I can hear baby, in the chat room they're right, I can hear baby kids. You can tell yourself whatever you want to. There are a whole lot of, for lack of a better term, I made a video a few years ago called Smart Hoes. A lot of chicks out here, and they're intelligent, or at least they sound kind of articulate, but they slowly drag down and degrade the intelligence of the community. They came from a mother and father married home, and then they get out here and decide, I'm going to be the bastard baby maker and destroy it all. And then it just goes downhill from there and goes to hell. And by the time we get to the grandkids of the married couple, at that point now, this child from a married home has created a housing project on their own.
Okay, so besides therapy, what do you have any other suggestions?
I'm explaining it to you now. Here's the real problem. I'm explaining it to you right now, and you're clearly not listening. And that's what I mean right here. Even when it's being explained to you, you're not listening, because you would have heard everything I just said. What did I just say?
You described who I am. You said I come from married parents, and I go out and I become a baby mama, a bastard baby maker. I'm just asking for solutions. I hear what you're saying.
Okay, if you heard me say that, then you know what the solution is. First of all, you have a very bad trait. You don't take responsibility. You're really trying to avoid and dodge responsibility, and I know I'm just the 50th person who's told you that. If that guy got you pregnant and ain't stuck with you, it's because you're too much trouble. And when a woman is too much trouble, that's really spelled as one thing. She is a disciplinary problem. She wants to try to tell the man what should be. And no man is going to become protector and provider for a woman who will not put herself under his protection. but you are going to have to submit to that. Once you submit and put yourself as a man's responsibility, then he takes responsibility for you. You slick at the mouth and trying to convince him how much you know when it's so obvious you don't. Nobody is going to stop to become protector and provider for you because you know it all. And as soon as somebody's trying to correct you, you want to tell them what you know. Meanwhile, they can take a look at your life and they can see what you obviously do not know. And even the fellow who got you pregnant, you can be as upset about that as you want to. The bottom line is even he won't do it. And he's supposed to be the guy that you most have around your finger. You could send the system after him, and he's not going to do it. He'll just take his chances against the system. And I'm telling you, it is your attitude that has led to this. You were supposed to be first of all, you said the child is 2 years old. That means that you got your dumb ass pregnant when you were 26. And this is what too many of y'all are doing today. Y'all aren't even young messing up your lives anymore and messing up the neighborhood. You all are getting in your late 20s doing dumb stuff. It used to be teenage mothers. Now y'all are getting into your late 20s. You're asking me what the solution is. Baby, you were supposed to be doing this 6 years ago. You were supposed to be choosing the man who was going to protect and provide for you. Instead, you decided you would go to school and that would give you the veto power over a man, and you have proven it. You got your degree first and the bastard kid second, which means that you got that degree because you felt that would give you the freedom to make whatever choices you want to make. It don't matter if it's stupid. Don't matter if your parents don't like it. Don't matter if I'm making a slum. I got the vagina power to do that. How's it paying off now? Now it's time to pay the piper. You see, you've done grievous harm and you have committed a felony offense against black society. Now you're going to pay the sentence for it. You had an opportunity 6 years ago to make a different decision. You chose yourself because that's arrogance and selfishness. And you said you were self-centered. Yes, that's criminal. And now you have created yet a bigger problem. Now, I don't care about you. I do care about the children, though. You made your choices. You asked me, what are your options? Your options now, well, I'll tell you very briefly what your options are. Number one, you can reconcile with the father of your child. You also said that you had a conversation about him with him about this, correct?
Yes.
Then when's the last time you spoke with him?
Probably a month ago.
Okay. How long has it been since you two were together, officially together as a couple?
Since before our son was born.
Okay, so you're saying that so you just basically got pregnant by a dude on some messy hood rat stuff then, so you two weren't even really together.
Yep, that's pretty accurate.
Okay. Here's what I recommend. Is your baby daddy married?
He's not.
Get your ass up. Get your bus. Do you have a car?
No.
Get your bus pass. Take your raggedy ass up the road. 13 minutes. Go to his apartment or whatever. Get down on your knees. Don't do what you usually do on your knees. Get on your knees and beg his forgiveness. And you make it work, because I'm telling you right now, at 29 years old, baby, you have screwed yourself. You're selfish, you're self-centered, you're ignorant as hell. You need to be in therapy for a few years at least, and you need to have somebody who will take care of you, and right now you've got no leverage. Men are going to see you coming with your emotional problems and selfishness, and at the age of 29, you now have a baby, which is confirmation to them of everything they suspect about you before you come in the door. No man who is willing to extol resources is going to take a chance on you. What you need to do is go back and reclaim the one who was willing. Do not listen to your friends. Don't listen to them because they're a bunch of single hoes with their children too. You need to go back to him. You need to get some act right. If he was younger than you, then he was into you. What does he do for a living?
He works for UPS right now.
Okay, so you got a man who's making twice minimum wage. He works for a very good employer. He's got excellent benefits. He's a member of a union. How long has he been working for UPS?
He just got the job not too long ago.
Okay, well,
a couple weeks ago.
It sounds like he's trying to get serious if he works for UPS. Because right now, compared to you, he's balling out. Does he have any children by any other women?
Yes.
Did he have them? Did he have them before he was with you?
Yes.
Okay, but you slept with him anyway, and if he was good enough for you to gap them legs after that, then he's good enough for you today because that's where you are in life. That's what you chose.
Okay.
That was what you preferred.
I'm not mad at that.
So what you need to do is go and get you an Uber and go down there and beg his forgiveness and get it to work. And you are going to have to help make him a better man because he's the only one who's going to make you a better woman. And right now, at this point, you are whistling past the graveyard if you think somebody else is going to come along and make a higher offer for you than he did at 29 with all of these obvious. By the way, do you have any tattoos?
Yes, I do.
You're done. I do. You're done. You're done. Stick a fork in her barbecue pit. It's over. You're done. You're done. Your parents screwed up.
Can I ask what is
your parents screwed
so all
up?
My tattoos are easily hitting. So what is your thing about tattoos?
No, ma'am. No. It's not what is my thing about tattoos. It is what is your thing about tattoos. The human body is born perfect. Why did you? What was your motive for wanting to get tattoos, plural?
Decoration, I guess.
Okay, no, not decoration. Is because you thought they would be sexually alluring. You thought body art. You thought body art would enhance your sensuality. Congratulations, it did. But let's just be very clear. When a woman puts writing on her body, that's her way of signaling to men, I'm trying to get your attention. And you did. When a woman knows that she's the complete package, she doesn't go off marking up her skin. She's like, oh, hell, I'm perfect. All I can do is drive down the property value. You all get tattoos because you're trying to enhance something because you feel inferior and insufficient. And that's the only reason a person gets a tattoo is to compensate for something they don't feel like they already have. As a woman, your body is born perfect. The only thing you can do is obscure that perfection. Hair weaves, tattoos, funky eyelashes, implants. All you're doing is showing your insecurities. The body is born perfect. That's not my opinion. That is a biological, empirical, objective fact. Your body is born perfect. And for you to come along 2 decades later and decide that body isn't good enough, all you're signaling to men is, I'm insecure, I'm not good enough, I'm doing this because I want your attention. Because I don't believe I'm good enough on my own. So you did the signaling. By the way, you say your tattoos are not visible. Where are they?
Okay, I have my first one is on the back of my neck.
Problem number one.
On my shoulder. The
Problem
back
number
of my
two.
Shoulder.
Where's the third? Where's the third one?
My foot.
Where at on your foot?
In a sandal line. Like if I wear a pair of pumps, you can't see it. Or maybe it's on the outline of the pumps.
Yeah, maybe it's on the outline. So in other words, and where's another tattoo at?
In between my fingers. And that's it.
So you've got tattoos that are visible. And so what we're saying is that during your
But
prime,
they're not easily noticeable.
okay, ma'am, they're easily noticeable to a man who wants to claim you.
Interesting.
And I'm not even going to ask what the tattoos are of. All I will say is when your man gets you naked, he doesn't want to see your freaking past written all over you. A man, understand something to all the females out there that you're hating at because you all made dumb slut choices and you don't want to hear reality. Remember when I told you all about the female deposits and withdrawals? Why are tattoos a problem? Because they withdraw. Why? Because one of the deposits that you make in the bank of your female value is your youth, your looks, and being a clean slate. So that when a man meets you, he is able to mold you into the woman that he wants. But when you come to him with a bunch of damn tattoos scribbled on you from all the old bum niggas you were chasing from college and your 20s, you're not a clean slate anymore. You look like the type of gutter female that those bum dudes wanted. But you do not exemplify the type of female that a producer who wants a clean slate to work with. You're not a clean slate. You're carrying the baggage from where you've been. In the chat room, you say 95% are not clean slates. Well, that's why 90% of them can't get a man today. There you go. You're approaching a man today and telling him, are you willing to work with a fixer-upper? Instead of, now, and all that says to a man is you're not his best option. It's your job to convince the man that you are his best option. It's not his job to give you the benefit of the doubt. Well, I got a couple of tattoos right here, but you know, I mean, they kind of not visible. You sound like a shady used car salesman. Well, I mean, if you put a plastic bag in the back seat back here, you ain't got to see this right here. That's what you sound like. You sound like a shady used car salesman. So what I'm going to tell you is you ain't ready for prime time. You tried to take on life by yourself. You did not introduce this clown to your parents when you met him. Although you don't introduce anybody to your parents. You just go off and lay up with dudes and your parents find out what happened way later. So that's another mistake that you're making, is you don't have a sense of family with your own mother and father. No wonder you screwed up straight out of the gate, creating a mother and father for your child. You don't have respect for the mother and father you had. I don't know how good they were or bad they were, although this seems like they were pretty damn negligent based on you being the result of their teaching. But I will tell you, you haven't tried enough to incorporate or appreciate the idea of family. And you are the result of it. So you need to triple down on that idea. You need to go back to Mr. Wonderful, because he was good enough for you 4 years ago. He's good enough now. What you're trying to do is deceive yourself into thinking that you're higher value than you actually are. And now you're telling yourself that with thousands of dollars in debt, and by the way, is that the only kid you got? How many kids do you have?
It's just the one. Just the one.
How many times have you been pregnant?
Just the first time. Just the one time.
The one time with that child?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What you're trying to do is convince yourself that you are much higher in value than you are. And that you're going to be able to march back out into the sexual marketplace and bid up your price. That's not going to happen. You need to go back to Mr. UPS, become his bottom B, and that's where you need to be. You need to beat out the competition. That's what you need to be. He is your best option.
Well, he did invite us over for Thanksgiving, so
he's not concerned about no damn Thanksgiving. Just stop it. You're not that stupid and you're not that foolish. What he's letting you know is he's letting you know that you are still available for sexual stuff. You need to make it clear to him that that's on the table, but that you are only interested in y'all getting back together and you pursuing being a freaking Stepford model wife. And you better do it now before he starts making $25 an hour and realizes he can do a hell of a lot better than you.
I see.
Because right now, he hasn't figured out that he can do a whole lot better than you. He ain't figured it out yet. You better hurry up and lock him down before he gets two brain cells to rub together and realizes he can do better, much better than you or the other heifer that he got pregnant. Because right now you're about to lose that. Baby, you're not in line for a doctor, a lawyer. You're not, first of all, you don't appreciate it. You can't handle it. Your parents screwed up and you ain't built for it. You can tell yourself you can be this, I'm this college educated baby. All you are is a chick with a bunch of debt. Anybody can get a degree if they show up for class enough. But can you get a person to show that they are able to become part of a family and a cohesive unit? You're failing at everything that doesn't require a degree. And right now, the fella at UPS is, you went to get that degree because you thought it was going to help you financially. The fella at UPS is whooping your ass. You need to show up at his place for Thanksgiving. You need to be a model damn citizen. You need to let him know, sing every damn song, Baby Come Back, Anita Baker, I Apologize, Jodeci, Cry For Me, whatever the hell it is. You need to do it and lay it on, because I'm telling you right now, he's 27. He's reaching an age right now. Steve Harvey didn't say a hell of a whole lot right, but he definitely did say when he said as black men, we're in a society that's so adverse to us, and it's like a switch flips when we hit our 30s. In our 20s, it's all about getting females. By the time we hit our 30s, we take a look and realize, man, it's about this paper. It's about getting some resources stacked up, or I'm never going to be able to retire. I will never have any semblance of the type of life I wanted to have. That's when it happens. If you let him get to the age of 29 and you have not staked out a claim and gotten him to get you a ring, baby, the game is over. Because you're going to be 32 when he's 30, and the game is going to be over for you. You're about to hit 30 now. He was with you because you were a little bit older than him, and I know what that feels like. There's a bit of an allure to that, but you're about to lose it. That luster of you being older, he's not going to have any respect for that because he's about to get older, and you being 2 years older ain't going to impress him. He's going to start looking for younger chicks who are clean slates. And you've been a disciplinary problem. You've been a whack job. Get you some damn therapy so you can stop acting wacky. Go on your hands and knees and beg this man to take you back under, and you stick with him long enough so he kicks that other chick to the curb. She got to get in where she fit in. But that you got the main slot. You knew this about him when you were with him. It didn't bother you then. Don't you dare try to act like it's some big problem now. You had no issue with it then. Okay. You were so competitive against her, you threw them drawers open and let him get another dumb chick pregnant. Don't try to act like you're some sacred vessel now. Because you're not. So this Thursday, I'm going to be here hosting my program. You need to be over at his place. Trying to get back in his good graces. That's where you need to be.
Okay. I'm definitely going to do that.
And you know what? You have my permission to call me back. As a matter of fact, I'm almost willing to give you one of my numbers so you can like text me and say, "All right, Jason, I'm here around the turkey. I'm here around. We're serving the dressing. What should I?" He said, "How is this kid doing? What should I say next?" I can be doing the program.
Please.
Everyone,
because I'm crazy and I don't know what I'm doing.
I just say, everyone. Oh, hold on a second. I gotta put you on hold right quick. Okay. What you should tell him is tell him I have seen the error of my ways and I ain't never met nobody as good to me as you been, baby. Okay. And let me be very clear. While I am doing this in a humorous manner, baby, I'm like the DOC. I'm smiling, but I ain't joking. This is your last train.
I know.
This is the last train leaving for you. Let me ask you one more thing. What size are you wearing since you done dropped the load?
Oh, I am the same size I was pre-birth.
No.
I'm like I range from 110 to 120. It's usually like 113 last time I checked.
Oh, I said what size?
Like
I said what? No, baby, you know what size you wear. What size do you wear, ma'am?
It's like a small.
All right, well.
I just bought these pants from H&M. It's small.
Okay, let me tell you something, baby. See, what you all don't think about is the fact that ain't another nigga gonna want to put up with your stretch marks that you got by some other dude. You talking about tattoos, baby. You're not thinking about the whole damn thing. You got tattoos, saggy skin, and a kid that you got from some.
Saggy skin.
Dear, please, just knock it off. You got tattoos, stretch marks, wrinkles, and saggy skin that you got from another dude. You don't have any leverage to go back out and bid in the marketplace. You don't have it.
That's fine, Jason. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
All you got is a 13.
We got a plan.
It's a 13-minute ride to redemption. I suggest you be on it. Okay, that's the wrong laugh. Whoa, baby! Don't bring no exorcist laugh up in here. Oh, we got to work on a few things. That laugh you just gave. Oh no, that Vincent Price.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I'm going in on your ass. That Vincent Price laugh from Thriller. Oh no! Is she giving us the donkey laugh now, baby? Okay. In the chat room, I'm gonna need some of my feminine females to help. This donkey laugh is not gonna help. Well, if she don't do it, well, all right. One miracle at a time. He was putting up with the donkey laugh before. Maybe we don't have time to fix that between now and Thursday. Let's get you through Thursday.
Oh my God.
Let's get you through Thursday, and then we can work on the donkey laugh. Okay. Let's work on one miracle at a time. You have my permission. I'm going to tell you, you are the only person I've ever done this with. You have my permission to email me Thursday if you need help.
Okay.
If you get in a bind and you need help.
In the chat room.
No. My email, handlethebusiness@yahoo.com. You can email me. You can email me with the subject line, Thanksgiving dinner, help!
Handle the business at what?
Handlethebusiness@yahoo.com. Y'all know that she stopped laughing when she asked about the email. What was that email again?
Thanksgiving dinner. Huh?
Yes, Thanksgiving dinner help! With about 20 L's, but yes, that's going to be you.
Okay.
I hope you got something nice to wear.
Yo. Yeah, okay.
All right, go get your man. Go get your man back.
Okay.
Ladies, you don't have as much leverage as you think. I'm not setting him up. He's done got 2 broads pregnant already. He needs somebody with some sense so he can calm his ass down. He set himself up. The system gonna get him. Don't get mad at her, nigga. You set yourself up. Ladies, I'm here to help. Caller from area code 903. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, it's James from East Texas.
Jay from where at in East Texas?
I'm not here. I don't want to tell you because I want to ask about money right now.
All right. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 510. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason. This is Talisha calling out the Bay.
Talisha calling out the Bay. Out the Bay. Where at out of the Bay, ma'am?
Union City.
All right. What she say? She didn't want to get sent to the nether regions with him. She said, I better say a name. What's on your mind?
No, yeah, he was. Okay, but anyway, Jason, I want to sit there and say, because I was with the size 18 lady, I want to say that a lot of black women I know will put they all into a man, like, early on. And that man will destroy them to the point that they lose that competitiveness, that standard. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of these women go to getting in debt in a degree because that's their only alternative after a man then broke them down. And it's like unfortunate, but a lot of black women are not strong like that. Forget the little perpetuation that, oh, black women, we're just strong as mules and all that. Some black women really be into these men and dudes because they're not men, and they don't equip them with nothing. So when they do leave them or whatever happens, that they don't know nothing else but to gap their legs open and try to screw on the next man that come hoping that.
Here's the problem with what you're saying, okay? Here's the problem. I want you to remember what you just said. A lot of women end up like that because a man done broke them down. Now you realize women never speak like that about men. They never say the reason that a man didn't produce for a woman is because the previous women, including his mama, broke him down. Women don't say that for men. They don't blame shift for the man. They just punish him for not producing. If he doesn't produce, he doesn't get excuses. He just gets, you ain't no good, and that's why I slept with your coworker. Because you didn't produce. But when it comes to women, all of a sudden it becomes blame shifting. It becomes, well, the man that you chose, and there's the point, that, by the way, I noticed you didn't say that. The man that she chooses, she chose this man. Chose him. That's the man that she chose. Isn't she responsible for the man that she has chosen? How much, just one question. How much blame does she deserve for the man that she chose?
I mean, she deserves, it's 50-50. I mean, we choose, well, I think I choose pretty good people, so, I mean, this doesn't apply to me, but I'm just...
Oh, that's strange. That's strange for something that supposedly doesn't apply to you. You sure are making a lot of defense for something that supposedly, allegedly does not apply to you.
Because it doesn't. Jake, first of all, I'm not dating. Secondly, first of all, I'm not dating. I'm just saying because when I was reading the comments...
What size
talking
do
about
you
the big
wear?
lady, I'm a 14.
You're a 14 in the Bay.
Yes.
In California,
Yes.
correct?
Oh, yes.
In California, correct?
Yes, I'm 14. I'm athletic.
Okay, first of all, you're on speaker. Take your phone off of speaker, ma'am, so we can hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I am, because I didn't want my cheek to be hitting and the buttons and be pushing.
Well,
so I did put it on.
We're going to take a collection so we can get that Moto Razor switched out for something a little more modern. But let's be clear.
I have an iPhone.
Okay, let's be clear. But let's be clear, okay? Yes. You're a size 14 in California. Let's just keep it real. Okay, let's just keep it real, baby. You ain't single by choice. You're single by necessity.
No, seriously. First of all, see, if I just broke down my whole circumstance, it would make a little bit better sense.
Because you mentioned that you were athletic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you called me before?
Well, once upon a time, I've lost it.
Oh, okay. Wow. Now it went from I am athletic to I was athletic. This is getting worse. All right. Have you called me? Have you called me before?
The last time I spoke with you, it was about the Dr. Dre and his wife, and I was just telling you I don't think nobody plans 24 years of being scandalous to somebody.
Okay. You are a size 14, and how old are you?
I'm not. A woman never reveals her age. Okay. That's number one. And secondly,
ma'am, you're getting very defensive all of a sudden.
No, because that's not the point. Because
ma'am, if I ask a question on my program, that is the point. This is my program, and if I ask a question, that is the point. You don't get to tell me what the points are. This is my program. If I ask a question, there's a point to asking it.
Well, Jason, That's, I don't know. That doesn't.
Okay,
really
I do. Okay, I do know. Fortunately for you, I do know. So let me try this.
Of course, you know. Of course, you can Google my name. You can see where I live.
Let's try this one last time. You said that you are a size 14 in California. I am here to see things your way. I'm here to give you the benefit of the doubt. But I will not extend the benefit of the doubt based upon your words. 90 seconds. I will extend the benefit of the doubt based upon what I can see. Now, you have stated that you were size 14, but you then rebutted and disputed, well, yeah, I'm 14, but it's athletic, so I ain't one of them 14s you think about in California. I'm a good 14. Excellent. I would just like to confirm that now that you have made that dispute and that rebuttal, I would like to confirm that now. So, are you and I friends on Facebook?
No, 60. I don't know how long ago, and it sat there for like 8.
That's fine, ma'am. Okay, the answer is no. I would like for you to email me your Instagram.
Okay.
You can email.
Where I'm supposed to Instagram it at?
You can.
Email it at.
You can email it to me at handlethebusiness@yahoo.com.
Handle the business. Okay. Can I put you on? Did you want me to do it right now while we're on the phone?
Yes, I would like you to do it right now while we're on the phone.
Okay, hold on.
And while you're doing,
I'm gonna put you on speaker while, so I can hear just in case you say something. And I'm pushing buttons trying to, navigate through the phone.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, I'm gonna see if I can talk to caller from area code 908. While she's doing that, you're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
You want that, bro? You going to our pass? You did your CDL. How old are you?
Okay, he's trying to host his own program. Caller from area code 502. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, caller from 502 hung up. They are committing seppuku. Caller from area code 305. You're on live with the Black. Oh, you're not that. You're on live with the business. Rather, what's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Sherry. I'm calling from San Francisco.
Sherry from San Francisco. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm one of those ladies, like you said, who hit the wall, who aged out of the game. I'm over 50. I'm a size 14. I am super educated, lots of student loan debt. And no one ever told me any of this information. I just started really learning about the whole male-female thing, but I was just wondering, and I'm not bitter. Like, I always knew that something was wrong, but I didn't know how to figure it out. And my mother, was married to my father, but she didn't know what to do. And nobody knew what to do that I knew. So I was just wondering, hey, do I just get a dog and go on Woman You Are Loose cruises with TD Jakes? Or
maybe.
What would you say?
Maybe. Can't lie to you, maybe. All right, here's the situation you find yourself here in. Do you have any kids?
No.
Okay. You said you're a size 14. Baby, when did you give up?
Oh, well, my sister got sick. She had a heart transplant, and I was helping, and it was so stressful, and I was eating. So before that, I was 150. Now I'm 170. So that was only maybe 3 years ago, and I do exercise, and I was thinking maybe I should hire a personal trainer.
Probably a good idea, because here's the real issue. Right now, a man doesn't need your money. In your 50s, you can't offer him a family. All you can offer him is companionship. But if you look like a sloppy companion, why would anybody take you on?
Yeah.
So you can't be a sloppy companion, ma'am. So you're going to have to.
Okay,
so right now, you said you're in your 50s now?
Yeah.
Okay, well, what you got to do now is you are going to have to get one of them cats in his 60s.
Okay. Well, here in California, I'm completely invisible.
Baby,
But when
that's
I
what I'm
visit my
saying. In
fam-
California, you're invisible. Okay, you're in California, you're done. I mean, there's nothing you can do there.
Yeah.
What I am saying is what you can't now. But then again, you got chicks like Nicole Murphy still running around there, even though it ain't working out for her so great. Baby, my advice is going to be the same. The only thing you can do with a young man is get him to be your boy toy. If you're looking for somebody to take care of you, baby, you're going to have to look older than you, and you're not going to really have the option of discriminating.
What are you doing, Belle?
Well, when I go to Florida to visit my family, then I do get attention there.
Baby,
so,
it's no different. Please, give me a damn break. It's no different in Florida than it is in California. Where in Florida do your people live? Where in Florida do your people live?
In Fort Pierce and Port St. Lucie.
Okay, baby, I mean, that's a retirement community.
Yeah.
Please. It's no different, and you're one of the retiree-aged people. Talking about, I get more attention. What does that mean, I get more attention?
Well, men approach me. I'm not invisible.
Okay, but men
there.
men approach you everywhere. How many of them trying to break tangibles?
Nobody.
Okay, thank you. As I said, it ain't no you're talking past the graveyard here. It's no different in California than it is in Florida for you. It's no different. They're just a little more friendly when they blow you off. In California, the dudes will walk by you like you ain't even there. In Florida, they'll say hello while they walk by you like you're not even there. That's not an improvement. You need a fella to stop and turn the conversation to breaking concrete tangibles. That ain't happening. You up there in a retirement community, baby. That's not going to occur. And your roommate back there is not helping. By the way, that's just tacky going on back there. What you need to do is
that's not me.
Okay, ma'am.
I'm in my car by
well, somebody's. Oh, I'm sorry. That's my other caller up there demonstrating why she's in dire straits. All right. My mistake. In any case, let me mute her right quick because she is demonstrating why she is single with no prospects. In any case, what you're going to have to do in your situation here, you are looking for somebody who can take care of you a little bit better, but you're going to have to look older than you are. Florida's not a bad place for that, quite frankly, but to be honest with you, you're going to have, if you don't look right, it's still not going to work. Because even from where you are, you can go up to what, Clearwater or Pensacola and take a look at what's up there, baby. That's what you're competing against in your 50s. And you don't have a support system behind you. You don't have like a network of people who can vouch for you and raise your status. It's just you. That means when you walk in the room, you got to make an impression. Have you ever had kids?
No.
Okay, but she's been a size 14 most of her life, so it's going to show. So I'm just saying at this point right now, is that should I hire a personal trainer? Yeah. Should I hire a personal trainer?
Okay.
Yes. Should you get a hairstylist? Yeah. You need to get a beauty consultant, not an image consultant. You need to get a beauty consultant and get somebody who can give you a makeover so you can go hit the town the right way. What kind of car do you drive?
Oh, it's 20 years old. And
okay,
it
baby.
Pretty.
All right. In your case right there, what I'm saying is the less money a woman has, the more body she got to have. Because there are financial requirements for you to be with a producer. And the more destitute you are, the less attractive you are. Especially in your 50s. A man is going to assume that if you two go on vacation, you're going to be able to spend money on him like he's going to be able to spend money on you, and you can't do that. So what I'm saying is you've got all these negatives. And you're going to have to do something serious to balance them out. So my suggestion you do is the less money you got, the more body you need. Dr. Miami, I don't know what the hell it's got to be, but baby, look here. You're going to have to if you want a man that got $1 million at this point in your life, you got to at least look like $1 million or at least look like you belong with him. So a fella in his 40s ain't going to give you the time of day. A fella in his 50s very unlikely he will. A guy in his late 50s or more importantly his 60s, he'll holler at you.
Okay. Well, thank you.
And you're in the right place for it, but I don't think Port St. Lucie is the place, baby. You really need to start heading further south and see how the women who pull get down. And especially, I will make another suggestion to you. For some of you older women, y'all need to like get y'all a membership at a golf course.
Okay.
If you're going to be in a place like Florida, I'm going to recommend you all get you a membership at a golf course. So you can see what some of them older dudes with their paper straight, how they get down. And more importantly, the women who are with them. Because a lot of you all need to be taught how to do that. So in addition to the resorts and things like that, something really easy you can do is get you a membership at a golf club. It'll be a bunch of dudes who would love to teach you how to play golf.
Oh, thank you, Jason. Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm giving out geriatric game.
Okay.
She thought I was going to take it easy on her. She was like, I thought you was going to rip me apart. No, baby. Hell, you too old for that right there. You might fall over. I'm not going to do that. But what I am going to say is I think that's a good thing. Like, people should be paying me for this type of advice too, by the way. They should be paying me for this. I don't charge them for it, but they should be paying me for this. But yes, to you chicks who are in your 50s and whatnot, to younger women, if they want to pick up a man, they can get a membership at the gym. It's going to be a bunch of dudes offering to spot them. For an older woman, that's not necessarily an option for you, though I wouldn't rule it out. But if you can't get through at the gym, go to a golf course, get a membership. It'll be a bunch of dudes lined up to show you how to swing a 9-iron.
Oh, thank you, Jason. I really appreciate your feedback, and I really love your programs as well. Okay?
Well, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call back and let us know how that works.
Alrighty. Bye-bye.
Grandma's gone wild in the house. Okay, we're back to you here, and I haven't received an email from you yet.
I sent it, Jason. I did. I put my Instagram in the heading. Because let me see. Let me make sure I spell so I can tell you. Handle the business, as you would say. Yeah, and hold on, make sure I spelled it right. _yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just sit there and say.
I think I've got that.
And the one in the blue is me. The one in the blue is me.
Okay.
The other one is my cousin.
Okay, well, we ain't there just yet. We'll be there in just a moment. I think I have it. It went to the spam folder.
Maybe that's why. Yeah, because Jason asked you another question like a week ago. Because I need your opinion on something, and that's why I was like, Jason, get back to me. Like, and this is fit. Like, but I don't know.
Ma'am, there may be a reason for that right there. No, if I hadn't just yet, I will. Don't worry about it. I get a lot of emails from a lot of email addresses, so. Just be patient. I will get to you, and you'll be. By the way, be careful what you wish for, because next thing you know,
no,
I wish Jason would respond, and then I respond, and they start crying. Okay.
No, this is like I was saying, Jason, I'll even pay you if you tell me some whatever you know about this subject.
That's fine.
So it's like not nothing like that.
Now, are you the one with the red baseball cap?
Yes.
Okay. All right, baby. Looking like young M.A. All right.
Well, that's why I just told you that. I just said, Jason, I'm a lesbian and I'm a stud. And when you said I'm 14, I said, so that's kind of, I just said that.
All right, baby. Well,
not a stud. It's called STEM.
No. You had it right the first time. No, you was right the first time. No,
because I wear big-ass hoop earrings and, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, you were right the first time.
You got people you don't know if she want to be a man or a woman.
She wants to be a man.
I know clearly what I meant.
No, she wants to be a man. No, she don't know. She wants to be a man. No, that's where she's at.
Oh, please, Jason, do not start that. No, it's not. I have a father, and my parents been together for 51 years, so no, I cannot compare it to no man.
Baby, I'm just saying, you look like I'm just saying, you look like you could whoop James Buster Douglas. I'm not trying to be mean or nothing. I'm just saying.
Jason, stop it.
You
Okay,
look like a
'cause
nigga.
I clearly-
No, baby, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying you look like a nigga I got into it with at the daiquiri store one day. So I'm not trying to be mean or nothing. I'm just saying that. By the way,
Jason, you see the hoop earrings and stuff, so don't not play me. And the smile, so don't try to. I am not no dude. Like, I don't try to be.
I didn't say you were a dude. I didn't. You look like a soft.
Or trying to be like.
She looked like a soft.
Yeah, there you go, soft.
Soft stud.
Soft
Yes.
stud. That's what we call ourselves.
Yeah, that's what we call y'all too. Yes, I'm just saying she is soft studdish. But yeah, baby, it's okay. Ain't no dudes gonna test your stripes. They're not gonna do it.
No, Jason, don't be like that. I had me a couple boyfriends back in.
I know you did, because I could pull your ass right now if I wanted to, but I'm not gonna do it, because I'm just saying. And I don't mind a chick with some good shoulders on her, yeah, but you can't have some good fists. You can't have some good fists too, though, baby. You
are, Jason. Don't try to do me.
You can be a woman with stout shoulders. You can't have no big fists on you too, though. It can't be that. So no, I'm just saying this is so messed up. There's so many of you chicks out there that y'all. I don't know where the hell y'all been. What you talking about? Dudes messed them up and this, that, and the other. You know what? Now it explains to me what that is. But when you say dudes messed them up, you're talking about from childhood. You're not talking about a man you in a relationship with.
No, nothing like never been raped or nothing like that.
What?
All the dudes I've messed with have been men. Like, they've equipped me with something so I can survive, and I won't be out here trying to screw on a man hoping this is my meal ticket or getting on welfare. And that's why, I just had a discussion with a guy the other day, and he was like, well, you should have some kids. I said, no. I said, just like Jason Black said, the people that should be having kids are not, and the people that shouldn't are having kids, because I wouldn't want to put my kid through no welfare-ish Section 8 subsidies house, and I'd never been brought up like that. So I wouldn't put my kid through that.
Okay,
so
but how did you?
Like that and all.
Okay, but how did you end up looking like Snoop from The Wire if nobody was messing with you as a kid? I'm trying to figure out how this happened.
No, it was because Jay, that's just not. I can chill with a dude and I would kick it with a dude, but I cannot be committed and give him what he need as a wife. That is not.
No,
me.
you can't because you too busy looking like the dude. Baby, no. I want you to understand something. No, I want you to understand something. There is a man will sleep with a tomboy, but he will not take them seriously as his woman. So a dude will sleep with you. You don't want to be. Okay, here's the problem. You don't want to be the chick that dudes are cool with. That's the problem. You don't want to. That's not an accolade. Stop talking. That's not an accolade. That's not a good thing. That's not a positive. You don't want to be the chick that dudes are, quote, cool with. You want to be the chick that dudes want to die for. You want to be the chick that dudes want to give up resources for. You want to be the chick that dudes are competing to provide for. That's who you want to be. You don't want to be the chick that dudes are cool with, because if the best you can get and the most you are able to acquire is people being, quote, cool with you, then that means he can take you or leave you. You don't want to be the chick that dudes can take it or leave it. You want to be the ones they can't live without. And that's not where you are, and that's not the mentality you got. You gotta, well, I'm cool with dudes, baby. That's not the line of demarcation. That's not the standard. The standard is I'm the chick that dudes can't live without.
But Jason, that's not me though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, I have not been with a guy in a decade.
Would you like that to be you?
No, because when I chill with a guy, I didn't have I'm not no damn tomboy when I go out with no guy. I wouldn't want no.
Okay,
like you wouldn't catch
ma'am.
me with no stud.
But ma'am, okay. Here's the problem. Even if you're perfectly fine with that, most women aren't. Most women.
I've had the guy run my bath water, take me out. I've done that. That's not me. And
most women want a man. You clearly are a female a man, you can take it or leave it. Here's the problem. You don't speak for 99% of the women out there. They want a man They want him as a companion, and they want him as their protector and provider. They can't live without the man. So hearing you call up and talk about what you can live without, that's not comforting any of them.
But that wasn't my initial call, Jason. I was saying that some of these dudes out here break them down. Some of these dudes out here is not.
But baby, how would you, with all due respect, how would you know? You're backing both teams.
Because I'm not backing both teams. But
Yeah, you are.
Out here, when I'm seeing my cousin dating a white woman that waited until she was 43 to become a man, cut off her titties because all she hang around is black dudes in Oakland, and she think because she got a couple $3,000 in her pocket that she's better than them. There's something else going on. Like, I understand about the provider. Like, I have the house. You can Google everything about me. You know what I'm saying? My dad's parents have a $700,000 house that's valued $707,000.
Okay, but dear, here's the problem. The problem is I'm looking at you, and this person this person is in no position to tell us what men want.
Yeah, what is that? Where did that come out of my mouth? You twisted, and you twisted my words because I've not said
Okay,
it.
but you just told us. You just told us about what women are going through. You just told us about what women are going through. And I'm saying I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, and there's, ma'am, I'm saying, ma'am, okay, ma'am, no producer is going to hang out with you. Street dudes who hang out with lesbians are going to hang out with you. There's nobody above that level who's going to hang out with you.
I don't hang out with no street. You just assuming everything.
Ma'am, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. You're telling me I can't see what I'm looking at? Ma'am, I'm seeing the masculine energy on you. There's nothing soft and feminine about you. There's nothing soft. There is. I said you were soft. You're soft for a stud. That's like saying soft bricks. Get the context.
So I'm soft for a stud.
Yes, that's like saying that you have a nice ride for a bulldozer. Okay. Maybe the bulldozer feels better than driving the tank. Okay, but baby, you don't misunderstand what I said. I meant what I said, ma'am. I meant that. I'm being polite. I'm being congenial. But dear, you don't strike anybody as a soft, feminine individual. You are obviously lesbian, and
that's your opinion.
Ma'am,
something else on something else. Somebody told me I don't know if I want to be a man or a woman.
Ma'am, then let me know when a man making mid six figures wants to take you off the market. Okay?
That's not what you're trying to make me put me in a position that I want. You say I only hang out with street people, not no people.
Okay, but ma'am, what I'm saying is if you don't want that position, then you're in no position to speak for the women who do or the men that they deal with. You're in no position to speak on either the men or the women. That's all I'm telling you. You're telling yourself you're in a position to do it, and you are not.
I'm not trying to speak on behalf. I was saying I feel as though, and that's what I was saying. I'm not no 40-year or with 2 kids, baby daddy.
You're just a lesbian. No, you're just a lesbian.
I'm fine with that. And
okay.
I'm doing a lot better.
But you have, but ma'am, for the last time, you have no standing to speak about what men today are doing with women. You have no standing. By your own admission, there's nothing but a bunch of sexual deviancy going on in your family.
No, and with me, and it doesn't matter. Well, we're not talking about sex.
You just talked about your cousin, ma'am. You just talked about your cousin is dating a transsexual who got sex changes. There's nothing but deviancy going on in your family.
That's the hood rat stuff.
Okay, but that's your family.
All day to play.
Your whole family is dealing. Ma'am, your whole family is dealing, and you and your whole family are dealing with sexual.
About me.
Ma'am, I don't want to Google anything. Look, bottom line is your opinion is basically from the lesbian side of life. You can't speak for what heterosexual women are going through. You have no context. You have no idea. You can't speak for them.
Never tried to.
Then don't say what's breaking them down. You can't speak for what's broken them down. Even if they were broken down, you can't speak for it.
Well, I hang around with a lot of straight people, so
okay, hanging around. Ma'am,
I have an opinion.
Ma'am,
about
that's the
whatever
same.
I want to have an opinion.
Ma'am, that's the same as saying I hang around a bunch of white folk, so I'm knowledgeable of how white people
I can
live.
have an opinion.
Yes, you can have an opinion,
have
but
an
just
opinion.
because you hang out with straight folk does not mean that you understand them. That doesn't mean
And
anything.
I talk to them. They want to just unload all their problems and issues, and I see what's going on. That's a common confusion. Just because a person hangs out with Mexicans does not mean that they understand Mexicans. It doesn't. They can have an opinion about. I don't hang out with a lot of white people, but I understand what they're coming from.
Well,
or white supremacists, but I know what they're coming about. What they're about.
Okay, but that's based upon what they've done to you. That doesn't mean that you understand them.
Okay, and it's a lot of straight people that have said a lot of things to me.
Okay, well, the bottom line is, like I say, I understand what you're saying. Maybe if you decide to pick a side and stay on it, you'll have a little more understanding about that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I think I handled her congenially. Let me get caller from area code 201. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello.
Hi, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. I'm Brandy from PA.
All right. Did you say Brandy?
Yes.
Hello, Brandy from Pennsylvania. Where at in Pennsylvania?
Easton.
Okay, speak up, ma'am. You're muddling on your phone there. Try again.
Easton area.
Okay. And what's on your mind?
Okay, so I've been listening to your broadcast tonight, and basically I wanted to get your opinion because I'm 34, and I do have a career. I went to school, but I don't have any debt. I'm debt-free. All my bills are paid off. I'm also in real estate. I do real estate, and I invest in homes. And I do have a good cushion of money saved and everything, but it's still difficult. And by the way, I don't have any children. But it is still difficult finding a decent man who is on a maturity level, and I guess ready for the things that I'm ready for in life as far as progressing and moving forward and building together. So it's challenging.
Okay. So you're saying that you're having trouble finding a, as you say, worthwhile man, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Before I get into anything else here, do you have any reason to suspect that the problem may be you?
I think I spent a good amount of time focusing on stability in career. I don't hang out a whole lot because I have a lot, I do focus on, because I'm trying to create a certain level of financial security to be able to retire early and live life freely. So, I do focus a lot of my attention on that. But aside from that, I don't believe that I have anything that serious going on with me within.
Okay. Are you and I friends on Facebook?
No.
Okay. I would like for you to email me your Instagram. You can send that to my email address, handlethebusiness@yahoo.com. That is handlethebusiness@yahoo.com. Go ahead and do that for me now. And once I get that, I'll take a look at that for you. While I'm doing that there, I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to tonight's program. I know it's been thick, and they've been kind of wild out here. But Catrice, thank you very much. Daryl, we appreciate your support. Shin Terrell, thank you very much as always for your support about this as well. Courtney, I see you over there. And everyone else who has contributed to tonight's program. My man Quincy is back at it again. S. King, you that dude, thank you very much as well. You're going to go ahead and get that to me here. Let me know once you sent that to my email address, and I can take a look into that for you, okay?
Okay.
We've had an opportunity here to speak to some folks here tonight, and I think this is really important because we want to make sure they understand. A lot of them think they're doing all the right things. And maybe in some ways they believe that they have been. Maybe in some ways they actually have been. But are those the right things for where they're trying to go? Or are they the right things for the things that they've been told? That's the real question you have to answer. You may have had, what's happened is a lot of you all have been given bad information. You have been fed bad information. You've been given bad mentorship. You've been told bad strategy. And that strategy has never been updated. Furthermore, you're probably told things from people who are telling you from their own cowardice, their own fear, their own weakness. In many ways, in many cases, their own bitterness. Some of them were just plain bitter. Some of them were bitter and angry and upset. And when they talked to you, they were giving you advice from that perspective. They were giving you advice from the perspective of whatever they were angry with, whatever they were mad at, what they were bitter about. So now you've got bad information feeding into more bad information. And grown people having to deal with this. Grown people having to deal with a situation where bad information has been regurgitated and recirculated with no filter. That's how they end up here. Finally getting somebody who's objective. I wasn't trying to sleep with young M.A. I wasn't trying to sleep with her. So she can actually get some accurate information because she's dealing with somebody who doesn't have an ulterior motive. I don't want sex. I don't want your money. I'm going to take a look at you for who you are, and we're going to deal with it from there. Usually that's not what people get. They usually get somebody with some form of an ulterior motive, and that taints everything else they have to say. So this is probably the first time a lot of you have gotten to hear from somebody who can actually just tell you what they think, tell you what they see, and deal with it. Like the chick earlier who, baby daddy is the UPS driver. She needs somebody to stop her from wasting the next decade of her life believing that she's going to get a better deal when in reality she's not. That guy's willing to commit to you on some level. You better lock him down while you still can. I have not received an email from you yet, ma'am. Are you having trouble finding your Instagram?
No. You said it's handlethebusiness@yahoo.com?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sending it now.
She was having that much trouble with it? Not a good sign. You said you've been to college?
Yes.
What did you take?
Nursing.
How far did you get?
I finished my bachelor's degree.
You have a bachelor's in nursing?
Yes.
So you have your BSN?
Yes.
How long have you had it?
Since 2012.
Okay, you've had it now for 8 years.
Yes.
Okay. How long has it been since your last relationship?
About a year and a half.
Okay, how old was he?
$36.
Okay, how old were you when you met him?
It was a year prior when we began dating.
Okay, maybe she just didn't understand the question I asked. Okay, let me try this one last time and then I'm moving on. How old were you when you met him? You don't know how old you were? And you're claiming that your problem with men is that they're not on your intellectual level and you don't even know your age when you were with him? You got to think it over and be asked to her. You have to think it over and be asked 2 or 3 times, but you're telling yourself that you are somebody's intellectual superior. Who's the somebody that you were thinking about? Waldo Faldo?
I was 30.
Took you forever to figure out you were 30, but yet you claim some intellectual superiority to men. I'm trying to figure out who the men are. Gomer Pyle?
Jason, cut me some slack.
This is cutting you slack. You can't tell? I'm bringing you down to earth gently. You've got a lot of conceptions about what type of person you are and the rest of the environment, and I am doing this in a place that's actually safe for you. Just so you can be aware, maybe some of the arrogance that you have approached the dating market with. You were literally just asked about your age. You were the one who came here talking about how much less than you men have been, and yet all you got asked about was your age, and you had to sit here and be asked twice, and you stumbled and had to think deeply about it. And what I'm doing is I want to make sure that you understand. I asked you, are you sure the problem's not you? And you claimed, nope, cover my bases, took a look at it, nope, ain't me. Great. How old were you when you met this man? Not sure. Let me think it over. I need a few minutes. Let me get an abacus. Can I call you back? So what I'm doing, ma'am, is it's time for you to come down to reality, because there are a whole bunch of females like you out there who grossly overestimate. Ma'am, I'm talking. There are a whole bunch of you out there who sit around in little groups where you grossly exaggerate your level of intelligence, competence, or whatever. You're not seeing that it's not that you're so much higher, it's that maybe you're not nearly as high as you think you are, and the level of men that you qualify for, you're seeing that they're deficient, but you're not seeing that that's all you qualify for, though.
So you're basing that on the fact that I didn't answer your question right away?
I'm basing it on the fact that I haven't received your email yet. I'm basing it on the fact that you've been to school for a BSN 8 years ago. I'm basing that on the fact that what size do you wear?
A 4.
A size 4. I would like to be able to say I could confirm that, but the problem is, after all this time, I have not received your email yet. Are you sure that you sent it?
I sent it.
Okay.
It says sent.
I have not received your email yet, so I have no way of being able to determine what that size is one way or the other. Are you on a cell?
That's my size. I mean, I wouldn't lie to you about that.
Okay. Are you on a cell phone right now?
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, you said you're on a cell phone.
Yes.
Very good. I could probably see about sending her a message so that she could text it back to me, but I think I'll just hold off on that in the meantime. I just couldn't help but notice that we hadn't received anything here yet, and she sounds, to me, she sounds a little bit heavier than a size 4. Just a little bit.
I'm not. I am not. Is it a way for you to get a message to me so I can text it to you or something?
Sure, I can.
So you can browse and take a look at me?
Well, we certainly could do that. Of course, that does beg a different question, though, because you never know when folks may have a situation where that might not necessarily work. So we're going to do something a little bit different, okay? What I would like for you to do, and this will just take care of all of our questions here, I would like for you to just take a selfie of yourself making the peace sign with your left hand. Simple as that.
What does that mean?
Take a selfie of yourself holding up the peace sign, which is your index finger and your middle finger. Just take a picture of yourself and you're going to text it to me.
I'm not even really. I'm in my. But I'm actually.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. There we go.
Why would I?
There we go. All right. I just want to make sure about that for some of the folks who thought maybe Jason has fallen off his game. No, I haven't fallen off my game. I haven't fallen off my game at all.
I have my pajamas on and I have a rope.
For those of you who thought that maybe Jason, maybe your email don't work. No, that's not the case. No, it isn't. Not at all. No, it ain't. For those of you who were doubting, maybe the old man has lost a step or two. No, not at all. She was okay with me sending her a message right up until I said, let me see something right now. Now all of a sudden it's, wait now. No, I'll send you Instagram. That might be somebody else's Instagram. So why don't we just take a...
Oh, I'm not fraudulent. So I wouldn't go to that extreme.
Well, ma'am, I'm not going to give you any benefit of any doubt. If you can't just take a picture of yourself real quick, I didn't ask for you to take one naked. Nobody said that. You're a size 4. Take a picture of yourself, making the peace sign. We're done.
Okay, all right.
According to her, she's done that. Let me know when you have that done.
Okay, I took it. Hello?
All righty, there you go. Now that is a message from one of my auxiliary numbers. And that's the message you just received. All you have to do is respond to that one and it's all good in the hood.
Okay. Get it out of my phone.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting in this world today. They start fighting with their phones when this happens. It's all of a sudden they become technologically illiterate. I don't know. There's no email.
It's just I'm trying to talk to you, and that's a little like
I don't talk and text at the same time. I don't do that stuff. Slow and steady with the race.
I'm sharing it. Okay.
Have you all ever seen it take this long than when this happens? You know, size 4s have their information on speed dial. I mean, they got it ready for everybody.
But you wanted me to take the picture with a peace sign, and then...
Baby, while you talking, you could have sent the picture by now. You making all these excuses for why you can't do it, and I'm about to have to move on here. I'm gonna move,
wait,
but just understand after I move on, I will roast you alive. But I want everybody to understand it was justified when I did it because she's been stalling forever. And her email has not come through yet. It's not in the spam folder. It's nowhere. Amazing how that works, isn't it?
I just sent the message.
Kind of amazing how that works. Don't worry, she's in nursing. She has her BSN.
And you have to excuse me. Because I'm not necessarily dressed up or anything.
Okay, like baby, I didn't say I need a picture from your OnlyFans. I didn't need that. Trust me, you won't shock me. And by the way, I look
a lot more presentable.
I'm glad to hear you do look a lot more presentable. I have not received a picture of you yet.
I actually sent it. I sent it to that number.
Kind of interesting how that works too, huh? So she can't.
I literally sent it.
She can't send a message by email. She can't send a message by email. She can't send anything by text.
It went through at 11:10 p.m.
Okay. Well, All I can say right now is you are sounding like a liar. And if you want to know why it is, I started off the discussion by saying these are the reasons why that's occurring. And you've made me look very good. I'm starting to look like Negro Damas over there. I'm starting to look like Negro Damas here. Ma'am, you already know we haven't received anything. But you already know that.
I literally just sent it to the phone number that you sent. It says send the picture.
Since you want the answer to why it is that things have not been working out, now you know why it's not working out. Because unlike me, the fellows who meet you can see you. Now, I just have a suspicion about it. I have a suspicion about it. The guys in real life, they don't have to go through this. They can see you. And let's just be very clear. In this world, fat women, ugly women, and dumb women are invisible. Now, the problem is in this day and age.
And I'm neither of the three. So.
In this day and age, most of these women are fat, dumb, but they're also arrogant. Just because a person's not very bright doesn't mean they're not arrogant. Dunning-Kruger proved that. A bunch of people who are not very bright think that they're actually smarter than everyone else. But the problem is when you ask them about their lack of results, then they then tell you, oh, the problem isn't me. The problem is everybody else. And that's
I never
the
said
issue.
The problem was everybody else, but I'm not going to say that I'm the problem for everything.
Okay, ma'am, you've had your opportunity to make your case. You wanted an answer to your question? I've given you an answer to your question. You're probably a size 15, 16, 17 nurse, because most of them are, but you tell yourself that your nursing credentials are supposed to give you an offset, and nobody cares about your nursing credentials.
No, I'm a size 4, very, very attractive.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm in shape.
Ma'am.
And I have myself
now
together,
you're telling us that your cell phone doesn't work to send messages. So here's what you're going to need to do. You're going to need to hang up.
It literally went through.
It literally went through where?
I don't know why you're saying. I don't know why you're saying you didn't get it, because it says that it went to that message, that phone number ending with 51.
Okay. Believe it or not, her message actually just finally showed up, and she has some explaining to do.
About what?
Okay. Ma'am, I will say this. I will say to everybody, actually, her message did show up, finally. We may want to invest in a new cell phone service for her. However, I couldn't help but notice a couple of things. Before I say anything else, just so I can be sure, you said that you are from Easton?
Yes.
Okay. Were you born and raised there?
Yes, I was.
Do you still live there now?
That's where I'm currently residing.
Okay. Do you you said you not have any children?
No, I don't.
Okay. Are your people originally from the States?
Yeah, they're from the South.
Okay, so your family are the descendants of American slaves? Nobody from the islands? Nobody from the Caribbean?
No.
Okay. While you do not appear to be grossly overweight, I did notice a couple of things. I couldn't help but notice, and I'm going to be diplomatic, okay? For people who think I'm going to be too harsh, I'm actually going to be diplomatic. And I'm doing this because I want to put this in some sort of context for you, okay? Is that your hair?
No, it's not.
Correct. Because you have a scarf right at your hairline, which is like a certain YouTuber we all know who her head is as bald as mine. I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm trying to be diplomatic. What I'm saying is a man who meets you in real life, just understand hair matters. I also couldn't help but notice.
I have hair. I have a good healthy head of hair.
I also couldn't help but notice about your eyebrows.
What's wrong with my eyebrows?
Where did you buy them?
Those are my eyebrows. I have thick eyebrows, and I actually get them arched. They're a lot thinner than they were when I was little.
Okay, this looks like typical drawn-on eyebrows, but all right. Not an issue there.
These are my real eyebrows.
Those are her real eyebrows. Okay. What I'm saying is, granted,
it's okay to give me a compliment, Jason.
Ma'am, I did give you a compliment. I said you're not gross. First of all, I don't have to give compliments. Your boyfriend has to give you compliments. I don't have to give compliments. If you want to get compliments, get a fan club or a boyfriend. I'm neither of those. You asked me about the issues that men have with you, that you claim that they're not on your level. I'm trying to give you.
No, they're not. I'm doing well.
Ma'am, you're a chick in Easton, Pennsylvania. You're a nurse in Easton, Pennsylvania. Define well. What does that mean?
I'm doing well. I have a net worth of about $300,000.
How old are you again?
34.
You're 34 years old in Easton, Pennsylvania. You're a nurse with a headscarf at your hairline, but you have a net worth of $300,000.
Jason, there's a thing called getting ready for bed. So sometimes you might not like that. That's why I say excuse the way how I look.
Okay, let me try this again.
It was a random candle.
Ma'am, let me try this again. You don't look like a person worth $300,000.
Well, my bank account sure says it, so.
Okay, ma'am. If your bank account said that,
you can't judge
if your bank account
on,
said that, how in the hell are you still in Easton?
Well, I'm making some plans to make some transitions.
Okay, but ma'am, you can't make that kind of money or build that kind of nest egg in Easton, ma'am. Has a population of 27,000 people. You can't do that there. Who you fooling? You think you can just make up a new identity on the internet? Ma'am, who you fooling? You're talking to grown people who actually make this kind of money and more. I know when I'm talking, ma'am. I know when I'm talking to one of my peers, ma'am. I don't wear my money on my sleeves or on my feet. Ma'am, I know when I'm talking to one of my peers. You can't fake your way into what we do. If you were one of my peers,
there's nothing
ma'am,
fake about
if
me.
you were one of
Other than my hair, that's it.
Ma'am, if you were one of my peers, what the hell is a nurse who's worth $300,000 working as a nurse? That makes no sense.
That's only so that I'm not touching my.
Ma'am, if you were one of my peers, you wouldn't be a nurse.
That I'm investing in real estate.
If you were one of my peers, you would not be a nurse. You're not one of my peers. You don't talk it, you don't walk it, you don't move it, and my peers do not complain about the quality of men they get. If you were worth $300,000, baby, you would be dating 2 doctors. Not complaining that you can't get a date with the guy at Lowe's. If you were one of my peers, you wouldn't be having these troubles in your 30s. If your hairline was legit and the eyebrows were right and your money was really that straight, you wouldn't be having these complaints. Is what I'm telling you.
There's nothing wrong with my hairline. I have real natural hair that comes down to my shoulders, and yes, my money is right.
Okay, then why is it nobody else among my female peer group is having the trouble you're having?
Not everyone in my exact set of circumstances has men or husbands.
Okay.
That's not the case for everybody.
No, but they don't have a problem getting companionship if they want it. You're claiming you don't even have that.
Companionship is one thing, but I'm not looking for just somebody to keep my bed warm at night.
No, ma'am. That's not what I said. That's not what I said, though. So, yeah, I mean, I didn't say that. In the chat room, they were correct about that. Now that we got your picture to go through, you can send me your Instagram now if you like. She is one of my peers, after all. In the chat room, you are actually quite correct about that. That is another thing to take advantage of here. If you remember, there was the woman who called in earlier in the program. She was in her 40s, very, very disagreeable. Challenging her, however, made her even worse. She didn't get more feminine and ladylike. She got more combative. When something is a fact, you don't have to become less of something. When something is a fact, you become more of what you already are. If a person becomes combative,
I'm not combative, but I do
problem.
stand up for myself. I can't let anything just be said. It's incorrect.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm not asking or saying anything that the banker wouldn't say.
No, you're assuming that I'm not one of your peers and I'm not on your level, and I'm here to tell you and dispute the fact that, yes, I am.
My peers don't have that problem.
Don't have what problem?
The problem that you called in with. My peers don't have that problem.
I find that hard to believe, especially a woman that's doing well in life. I mean, they have higher standards, so they're not going to settle for anything.
Okay, but if you were really in charge of your life like that, you don't have those problems, is what I'm saying. You can't say on the one hand, I've got this mastered, and then say on the other hand, I don't have something as simple as men mastered. You are literally an hour. You're literally an hour away from Philadelphia, an hour or two away from New York, and nothing's working for you? Nothing?
Well, like I said, I'm trying to build that foundation, stability. I told you by the time I'm 40, I want to retire. Retire meaning I don't want to have to work. I want my money to be working for me, and that's what I'm working towards right now. And so in order to do that, it takes time. I don't leave that responsibility for nobody else to do it. I have to do it. Okay. So yes, I have to commit time, a lot of time, to what I want to do.
Okay.
Which is real estate. I have multiple properties.
Okay. I'm very glad you have multiple properties in real estate. How well is that impressing the men you talk to? How much is that gaining you with them? Simple question. You're putting a lot of stock into, hey, I own real estate and I'm a BSN. That's really great. How much is that impressing the men that you meet? How much is that gaining you with them? I'm asking for a friend.
I mean, it's because it's not as simple as you make it seem like men are just falling out the sky just because you're a good quality woman, that they're just going to be at your feet, at your beck and call, and it doesn't actually work like that in the real world, in real time, when you're hustling and bustling and on a move. It doesn't exactly work that way.
Okay. I sent a follow request to you on Instagram. Have you not seen that yet?
Okay. All right, there you go.
That's taking a minute there, isn't it? I know this is difficult for some of my listeners. I understand that, but I would ask you to.
Well, no, I accept it.
I would ask you to indulge your patience here. All right.
I accept it.
I have spoken to you before.
I'm sorry?
Yes, you and I have spoken before. I recognize you.
No, we haven't.
Okay. You know what? I saw a picture that immediately I recognized. So I will not say exactly where because people who have been listening to me will know, and I don't want them to know. But I will say, yes, me and this person have interacted before. Okay. Let me just get down to some brass tacks here. Just really, if I may, to be brutally honest, okay? And I do not say these things to be mean or otherwise. Ma'am, you are not a ravishing beauty. I don't think we live in a world where you necessarily need to be. What I'm saying is you are grossly overestimating your looks. And I'm not trying to be mean. I am not trying to be uncivil. I'm not trying to say that. I'm saying, ma'am, let me try this a different way. Would you rate yourself as a 5 or a 10?
A 5 or a 10?
Correct.
Neither. Maybe an 8.
Okay. You rate yourself as an 8. Okay.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I don't usually say this, but my real issue is people will think I'm lying or they will think I don't know what I'm talking about. So, do you have an issue with posting your picture?
With posting my picture?
Yes, ma'am. Because if you're an 8, 8s don't mind letting the world know, hey, I got it. So, I would never do anything without your permission. But ma'am, as an 8, and I'll even let you pick the picture, just so people can see whether or not I'm full of crap. And if I am, then tonight I will tell you all I'll just stop doing this altogether.
Sure. Sure. You can post my picture. That's fine.
Okay, so I have your permission to do that.
Yeah, but which one are you gonna post?
Okay. Something.
I like the one at the bottom. That's one.
You like the one at the bottom. The first one?
The one at the bottom. No, right above the one at the bottom.
Okay, I don't know what that means. Right above the one at the bottom. I don't know what that means. What's the date on it?
June 5th.
What was that?
June 5th.
That one's very grainy.
Okay. Well, you can post the one from August 6th. And of course, I'm not going to be everybody's cup of tea. Everybody
Ma'am,
may not think I'm attractive.
It is not about being everybody's cup of tea. This is not a beauty pageant. It's not about being everyone's cup of tea. Can we agree on December 30th? And by the way, it's not even a recent picture. This is from like last year. Damn near 2 years ago at this point. Yeah, damn near 2 years ago at this point.
Yeah, that's fine.
First of all, I would like to thank you for indulging us in doing that. Everybody says I can be rude about things. Well, no, not necessarily. I try not to be necessarily rude about them. Okay. And my caller here, whose picture is on the screen, she's been to college. She's racked up a bunch of debt. She doesn't have any kids. She's from Easton. She's worth about $300,000. She is not getting the type of reception from men that she believes that she should be getting. And certainly I have my own thoughts about why that might be happening. I have my own thoughts about why she might not be receiving the reception that she tells herself that she may be receiving. In my opinion, I think I think it may be an issue where at this point here, she may have been using weaves too long, and she might have been using extensions too long, and that may have, in my honest opinion, have affected certain things, in my opinion.
Certain things such as what?
I just think that when you allow them to pull on your hairline too long with some of those things, it's going to affect your hairline. When you are used to going to people for cosmetics too much, we might do some things where the eyebrows are concerned, because there's the natural placement of where the eyebrows are supposed to be, and then there's something a little bit different when we have too much curating. We have a little bit too much curating going on in certain regards. So,
well, these are my real eyebrows.
Okay. You know what? I won't even belabor the issue. What is the thing with the weave, though? Like, what's the problem with that? There's a certain area where the hairline should be. And what I'm saying is, to me, these would tend to, from what I see here, it would tend to indicate that somebody may have been using extensions, sew-ins, things for probably since they were a teenager. And over time, it's like watching the hands on the clock move. So they may not have seen how far that's gone. It may not see how far that's gone. Now, I want to give you something to think about right here, okay? And I want to give the chat room something to think about, and anybody else who may have something to think about. My caller, in her opinion, and she's, of course, entitled to her opinion, she says that she's an 8. Perfectly fine. There are even maybe some guys in the chat room or listening to this live or recorded who may say that she is an 8 also. Maybe from Easton. Okay, perfectly fine. But the real question isn't whether she thinks she's an 8 or whether a guy thinks she's an 8. The real question is, the guys who say she's an 8, take a look at who they are. Take a look at who they are. Take a look at what they got. Take a look at how they moving. Take a look at what they holding. If she's holding more than they are, that tells you everything you need to know about their opinion. If she's holding more than them. I'm not here to say you're ugly. I'm not going to say something like that right there at all. I am not going to say that. I think I'm sure you've got a certain je ne sais quoi, which is perfectly fine. I'm not here to make a judgment call on that. What I am here to say is that when you meet guys, when they meet you, and by the way, it's really great. You do have a bit of a social consciousness about you, and that's perfectly fine. I'm not here to judge your personality, but what I am here to say is that from what I have seen and what I have heard, I think that, and I'm really glad you called in, because I would like to be able to deal with, this is something I need to deal with. I think this puts a nice cap on what I've been talking about here tonight. I think that you have, let me guess, when you went in grade school, did you go to like a regular public school?
Well, I was in private school.
Yeah, I know. That's why I phrased the question the way that I did. I got to be, like I said, you'll all forgive me. I got to be a little tricky with the way I do it, because if I just come out and start saying these things, then it won't say. That's why I said, did you go to a public school? Nope, I'm in a private school. Because if I said, you were raised in a private school and magnet school around a bunch of white kids, and you've grown up with a bit of a superiority complex as a result of that. If I said that, then she would have gone back and said, nope, I'm just an average kid. And that's not the case. You were raised around white kids. You went to school at private schools, magnet schools, and as a result, you're articulate, you're intelligent, you're capable, but you're also calculating. And more than anything else, you've also grown up with a very heavy opinion of yourself. And
so you're saying that I'm conceited, or?
Well, first of all, I'm going to say in the chat room, I wasn't going to come back to the size 4, but yeah, she does strike me as being I've never really seen a size 4 like this. I've seen some 6'8", but not any 4s. I don't want to belabor that issue either, but I do want to tell them, yeah, I did take a look at those arms, because I could show them another picture, and I'm like, them ain't size 4 arms. They're not. But be that as it may, she's not floor squeaking, shock busting, spring leaf crushing fat. So I'm not going to make a huge issue about that. But what I am going to say is that
picture is old. I'm smaller than that now.
People actually pick up weight as they get older. But you know what? I won't even make an issue of it. Let's just split the difference and say she's a size 6. I'll give her a size 6. Let's just split the difference, so we don't have to argue about it. What I am saying, though, is that I think because of the circumstances in which you've been raised and the circumstances in which you've lived, that you have entitlement issues. And let me explain exactly what that means. I think that because of your academic achievements in school, you have been conditioned to believe or to feel that you are entitled to a certain type of guy. And thus, inversely, if you feel you are entitled to a certain type of guy, then you assume you're a certain type of woman. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So for a person to feel I should be with this kind of guy, then it goes back to the origin of that is they feel they're a certain type of person. And
well, I do feel like I'm a certain grade.
And I think you, and I think you are.
I'm not a dusty chicken head.
No, I am not saying that. I am not saying that. I do believe that there is there has been some overstatement. There has been some overstatement. Are you toe up from the flow up? No. But there has been some overstatement. And what I'm saying is that is coloring your expectations. Your expectations are not in line with reality because you've got certain preconceived notions about where you are or what you should have or where you should be. And that's playing into that. Because remember, you can't bring men what you want and then say, here's what I should get. You got to bring the men what they want, and then they will tell you what you will get. And what happens is, you get a bunch of average dudes, and these are really just average dudes. Remember what I taught you all weeks ago, the average male in America is struggling. And you'll have some average dudes sit up here and gas your head up and talk you up into that 9-10 status. And what I'm saying is your results would bear, if they were telling the truth, your results would bear that out. Your results would bear that out if they were being honest with you. What I'm saying, though, is that you're not happy because the type of men that you want, they are being honest with you. The type of men you want are being honest. So
how are they being honest?
They're avoiding you.
And why is that?
Number one,
simply because
your attitude. And that's why I went back to your schooling. I know this came from a certain place. And notice I haven't castigated you or flogged you or denigrated you about it. I've identified it, but notice I haven't impugned you about it. I understand where it came from, but I'm telling you, your attitude and your arrogance are dripping off of you and gushing out of you. You are a woman who is competitive. And that ain't sexy to men.
No, a producer doesn't want a woman who has something to bring to the table.
A producer does not want something who's the very crook of your eyes, the gaze of your eyes says, I challenge your authority. No, a producer does not want a challenger in his bed. He wants a companion, not a competitor. And what I'm telling you is that you have been on the battlefield so long, you don't see that you have the 1,000-yard stare. How could you? You're the woman looking at the men. You are not the man looking at you. A man looking at you can very clearly see that very I don't want to say combative, but I will say engaging look. It's engaging look in your eyes. And in some ways, that can be a good thing. But I want you to understand something else. Those are things that work for an employer, not for a mate. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That look in your eyes works perfectly fine. If I were a hiring manager at a company, that look in your eyes is great. You're going to be one of my head managers. You might even be a regional manager. Yeah, you're going to be a real ass kicker. Does a producer want an ass kicker in his bed? The things.
So what do I do?
The things that make.
Do I?
Yes. Yes.
But how do I step down when I'm so used to
the things? First of all, it's like I tell people who ask me about entrepreneurship. You're going to have to unlearn everything that you think you learned as an employee, because the rules that work for an employee do not work for an employer. Entrepreneurs, employers, self-employed people, we play by a different set of rules. As an employee, creative thinking is punished. We don't want a creative thinker. An employee needs to follow my instructions. I created a business plan. I hire you to execute my plan. I didn't hire you to be creative and create your own. So you need to follow it. But once you become self-employed, that's actually the wrong thing to do. Self-employed people have to be creative all the time. So you're going to have to unlearn some things. The things that you have learned, let me get my BSN, let me get my education, let me be the best student, the best learner. Let me show them I can be number one at tests. That's competition. I can outdo the other people in my class. That's competition. Let me show you I can compete. That works great for an employer. That does not work for an employee. That doesn't work for them. Do you understand? That doesn't work for them.
Yes. So
you're going to have to start focusing on making a hard distinction between who you are as a person and who you are as an employee, because you have not made that distinction and it is etched in your face like concrete. That you don't make that distinction.
Are you serious? You really think, looking at my face, that says it all?
Dear, the smile on your face says competitive. You look like your face, just the smile on your face looks like you're competing with other women to have a better smile. And I bet you do. I bet you spend a bunch of money on your teeth. Tell me I'm wrong about that. I bet you spent some money on that. I don't mean to get veneers. I bet you're religious about your dental work. You have to be. To have a smile like I'm seeing on these pictures, you have to be. You wouldn't have.
These are my real teeth, and I take care of my teeth. Yes. What's wrong with that?
Well, I'm not just take care of them. What I'm saying is you're even competitive about your smile.
I have a nice smile naturally, though.
Okay, well, yeah, there's a nice smile naturally, and then there's what you got. So what I'm saying is you competed even for that. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. I'm just telling you, do you realize that we see a bunch of other women out there? We know when we're seeing a woman who's competitive. We know when we're seeing a woman where you put your values at, baby. We can see that. It's not hidden. It's not something we have to decipher. Men can see this. We can see a chick who don't give a damn about herself.
I put my value?
We can see a chick who don't give a damn about herself, and we can see a chick who does. And we can see in what way, what the things are that you put priority and value on in your appearance. We can see it. It's all over you. And the more valuable a man is, the more savvy he is, the more easily we can see it.
Well, a priority of mine is to get married and maybe have a child in the future, but definitely marriage, having a partner. So at this point, what should I do? What are some, should I take time off to work on that, or?
First order of business that I would give you. The first order of business that I'm going to tell you is you need to work on softness. You really do. because you are approaching the world with the idea that people are out to get you. Now, this is going to be a hard thing for you to accept, but you're going to have to accept this. You're right. You're absolutely right about the idea that people are out to get you. Yeah, they are. And you do not have the luxury of responding as if they are. Because this is how you're meeting and respond. This is the energy that you're giving off to every man you meet, including the one who would have married you. Because remember, you are a black woman, which means you're wearing black women's uniform. And the uniform of black women today is loud, combative, disagreeable. And right now, dudes, people don't even want to encounter it for a conversation. So if your face screams aggressive, competitive, then you might as well have said combative. You're going to have to make a conscious decision that every day you're going to bury that. You can't even look the part. And remember, as a woman, as men, we're physical. We're going to look at you physically and determine, is she combative? And it's going to be your job to make sure that, first of all, you don't exude that. But I'm telling you, the way that your face looks when you approach men, that energy you give, that's coming from within. We could dress you up tomorrow like Beyonce. You will be the meanest ass looking Beyonce in America. Has nothing to do with that. The energy that you're giving off says combat. Even the picture that you texted me. Said that.
Really?
You ain't a fool. You know that. The picture that you sent me was just as easily I could kiss you or kick your ass.
I don't see that when I look at my pictures. I don't see.
I'm telling you what we see. I'm telling you. And take a look at the response that you're getting. Now, the next thing that you can say is, it's not fair. So what? So what? Now that, like I say, you're not going to like a lot of this here. Well, wait a minute, it's not fair. No, it may not be. And guess what? That's where you are. And that's where you are.
Because it's almost like you can't win. You do well.
No, you're going to have to work harder.
And then it's your energy.
You're going to have to work harder, just like I did. Just like a bunch of other folk are. You're going to have to work harder. That you recognize that this is where you are weak. And you are going to have to work harder to turn your weakness into a strength. But you're not in school anymore. You are not at a job anymore. You are now dealing in the world where your grades don't matter to a man. Overlook my attitude and overlook the energy I'm giving off because I got great grades in school and I got BSN. Baby, a man doesn't care about that. That's not a consideration in making you a mate. That is not. That doesn't even come up in his mind. Oh boy, I wonder if she got a bachelor's degree. That never crosses a man's mind. Never. And now, I want you to understand this right now. It doesn't matter whether I think you're an 8 or not. It doesn't matter whether I think you're a 10 or not. The things that you are priding yourself on do not matter to the type of man you want. I ain't trying to get with you, not trying to have sex with you, not trying to go on a date with you. I can be brutally frank with you. Doesn't matter what I think of your looks. I'm telling you the energy you're giving off. And understand, that's the kind of thing I looked for, okay? Fellas at my level keep their heads attached to their shoulders and don't get caught up in situations where chicks get pregnant or rob you or get some dudes to rob you because we learn how to see trouble from miles away. We know the look. We know the look of the eyes. We know the smirk. We know everything. That's how we stayed alive this long. And I'm telling you, that's the energy you give. And in many ways, that can be good. I want you to understand, dudes will invite you to bed in a minute. It's like, ooh, crazy, angry chicks are dynamite in bed. Yeah, but she ain't looking to like get took to bed no more like that. So she's confusing the fact that they're willing to approach you readily because they can see, hey, she got that crazy, angry look in her eyes. I bet she's bedroom dynamite. And she's confusing that for possible commitment. No, they're two separate things. They're two separate things.
A crazy angry look?
Yeah. The chicks who are crazy, chicks who are angry, that dudes will look for that. When they see that, it's like, oh, hell, this is going to be fun. You don't want to sit here and be people's amusement park ride. You want to be approached because people understand that there's value in it. You don't want to be approached because people have sized up, well, I bet you she's going to be good for a couple hours. And they're going to see that in you. And I'm not saying that you have to sit up here and be an old maid either. I'm just saying understand the energy that you are giving off is going to engender a certain response. And that's the response that you're engendering. What I'm saying is,
so you said that.
Well,
so you're saying in a sense that I look like I give off this impression that I'm only good for sex.
I'm saying that a woman who is aggressive, has an aggressive look to her, there's only a certain type of man who's going to go for that, and there's only going to be a certain type of uses he's going to have. Now, let me find out something here. Were you raised by both of your parents or just one? Go on.
Well,
say it.
Technically, just one. Yeah, just one technically.
Which one?
My mother.
Was your mother ever married in your lifetime?
Yeah, she was.
For how long?
Maybe 5 years.
So in other words, your mother spent most of her life by herself and tried to figure out how to raise a feminine daughter by herself. And of course, she armed you with all the usual defense mechanisms that single mothers arm their daughters with. They neglect their sons, but they arm their daughters. You need to go to school. You need to get good grades. You need to get a degree. You can't depend on no man. You better get you a degree because you can't depend on no man. Congratulations, Mom. You succeeded.
And
you have a daughter who every ounce of her energy bleeds and screams, I can't depend on a man. And her entire life now is a testament to that. And lo and behold, surprise, surprise, when she meets men, guess how we respond to her? We respond to her with the energy that she gives us.
I didn't recognize that I was giving off, this type of energy. I mean, I've been told that before, a few,
I know.
Once or twice.
Oh, you've been told that once or 200 times. If you didn't hear it that many, it's because you kept running before they could say it. But what I am saying is,
but aggressive. I'm not arguing with anybody. I don't cause problems or conflict.
Ma'am, aggression has nothing to do with that. Ice Cube has never had my dude Ice Cube, he's never had an argument with you either. Have you seen his album covers? Does that look aggressive? Thank you. Just because he's never gotten into an argument with you, just the face alone sets the tone. And don't be cartoonish about it. This isn't about whether or not you look like, you belong in a gangster rap album. This is about the fact that there's a type of look that a woman has that is feminine, soft, and inviting. It is the opposite of what we are as men. And that hasn't been not been honed in you.
But I think that kind of it puts things in a position where it's almost like I need to change physical features. I mean, I look how I look. I was born that way.
Okay. Everybody has hair. Well, okay, unless you shave it like me, but everybody has hair. There's certain things that you can do for it, and like I say, all this fake stuff you got on your head, get rid of it. Get rid of it. Because if you're not taking care of your natural hair, that's supposed to be part of your basic maintenance of yourself. That communicates to a man that you have value. How can you communicate to a man that your hair has value and you won't even show it? It's not there. So that's just a basic thing that you can do. A woman combing her own hair is one of the most basic feminine things a woman can do. Basic. And you're not doing it.
So you really think me having extensions is really a critical issue?
Ma'am, I am one of those producer type males that you talk about, and none, not a zip, zero, no one, none of us wants a chick with fake hair. You know why? We don't want a chick with fake hair for the same reason that you don't want a man buying you a fake handbag. No matter how good it looks, no matter how similar to the authentic thing it looks, do you want a man to get you a fake handbag?
No, of course not.
Question. If it looks identical to the real thing, would you then accept it?
Personally, I like the real thing.
No, if a man brought you a fake handbag, but it was indistinguishable from the real thing, he brought you a fake Prada bag, but when you looked at it, it looked identical to the real thing, would you still take it?
Yeah, I mean, I might. Yeah, why not? If it look like exactly, yeah, why not?
Thank you.
It looks just like.
Thank you. And that was the answer I wanted you to give. Everybody else was looking for me to get her to say no, she wouldn't take it. No, I wanted her to give the real answer. Yeah, she would take a phony handbag. Somebody said in the chat room,
so what's the problem with
stop. That? Just like in the chat room, she would also take a phony diamond. She would let somebody bring her a cubic circle. Yeah, you would. Okay, but
I would not.
If a man brought you a cubic zirconia that looked exactly like a real diamond, was indistinguishable.
No, I would not accept it.
Wait a minute, but why not? You would take the fake handbag.
That's different because
why
if
is
you're
it
saying
different?
This is a ring that he's giving me as a proposal. Absolutely not.
Okay, no, I didn't say as a proposal. Just as a gift.
For any reason. Why would you buy me a fake diamond? I mean, who does
okay, for the same reason that you would let him give you a fake handbag if it's indistinguishable.
It's different.
No, it's not different. It's just you just didn't think it over.
Any type of ring, regardless of what the ring is for, it has a different sentimental value.
No, ma'am, no.
A bag is a bag.
How you do, no, ma'am, because how you do one thing is how you do all things. And if it's okay for him to bring you a phony ring so that we pretend that he's giving you something of value, then that's how your life will be. And the truth is, you will accept it. And the first thing you can do is change being a person who's willing to accept phoniness. Change that. Because if you aren't willing to have a standard that says, I'm real with everybody else, how in the hell can you expect them to be real with you? You can't pick and choose real. If the handbag can be fake, so can the rings, so can the shoes, so can the dress, so can the life. How you do one thing is how you do all things. And if you're a person willing to accept phony handbags, then yeah, you're willing to accept phony everything else.
But we can't throw out the hypothetical because I never received a phony handbag.
I'm looking at the top of your head, ma'am. That's not a hypothetical sitting up there. That's your life. You're telling me what you will accept from me. You see, when a man values his woman, he goes and maintains her. He gets her hair done. You know why? Because that's not her hair, ma'am. That's his hair sitting on top of her head. Just like that's his BMW in the driveway. That's his shoes on her feet. That's not your hair on your head, but that's his head. That belongs to him. And it must represent him a certain way. I've taught you all before, take a look at a man's woman. That will tell you everything you need to know about that man. Why? Because she is his representative. So if the handbag is fake, ma'am, then what does that say about the man? If the shoes are fake, what does that say about the man? And if the diamonds are fake, what does that say about the man? You can't take your woman and put her next to women who are the genuine article and then talk about here she goes with her fake shoes, her fake Pradas, her fake Louboutins, her fake everything else, but you got her sitting next to the real thing. No, you're a con. You're phony. And the moment that she opens up her mouth, it's going to reveal itself. You can't fake your way into this. You know why? Because that's what gives something value. Being real gives it value. Its only value is that it is authentic. Your hair on your head is something that cannot be faked. That's why it's valuable, because not every woman has it. So yes, we must maintain her head and her nails and her skin. We got to maintain all of that. Why? Because it's real. And all these chicks ain't got that. So he takes pride in that. Other fellas ain't got it. His broad got it. Like the car is real. Like the purse is real. The woman is real too.
Wow, so I didn't think that, and I keep my hair done.
I can't tell.
What you mean you can't tell? I do keep my hair done.
I'm looking at the screen right now, ma'am. I can't tell. I'm looking at the picture, ma'am. I'm looking at the picture you sent me right now. I can't tell. This is not your real hair, even in this picture you sent me. This is not, I ain't seen nothing real from you yet. So I'm saying, man, please stop. You keep overstating things and overstating. It's become a habit with you. And I'm telling you, as men with a producer, baby, we see this from a mile away. We're not going to have this long of a conversation about stuff that ain't real when you're dealing with one of our peers. One of my peers is going to be like, I got a man who takes care of my hair and takes care of my nails and takes care of my shoe budget. That's the way my peers get down. And from the moment you and I started talking here, that's why I said this isn't one of my peers. You sitting on $300,000 of value, and yet $300,000 of value is going.
That's because I have,
ma'am.
That's because I have a busy schedule. I work out, and so it's a little bit more convenient to have a sew-in as opposed to my hair sweating, because I sweat a lot.
Ma'am, do you know how many legitimate fitness competitors I know? So stop it. You certainly are nowhere near their level. Black women kill us saying this mess. Oh, I work out so much. Ain't a washboard ab nowhere in the room. Ma'am, you work out so much that none of your pictures have any muscle tone whatsoever. You don't have a bikini picture anywhere to be found. Yeah, you got to keep you can't do your real hair because you work out so much. Yeah, you work out so much, we can't see one speck of muscle tone on you anywhere.
I do a lot of cardio.
You're so hardworking that we can't see any of it. You're so hardworking that all your pictures.
Why? Because I'm not flashing a BMW?
Ma'am, it's not nothing to do with BMW. You're not even flashing your arms. And the one picture that does show your arms ain't a lick of muscle tone nowhere. None. But you're claiming you're doing all this working out. Baby, try that on somebody who ain't been there and done that. Y'all women need to stop with this. You all sit around lying to each other so much that when you come around other people, you say it and then you think it's going to fly because it flies with each other. Baby, that doesn't fly over here in our world. This doesn't fly.
But listen, the thing is, I really do work out.
Okay, and yet we can't see it. You work out so much that you can't do your own hair, and yet you're furious working out. I can't see it nowhere. No abs, no muscle tone. Your arms aren't toned up or nothing. Where's all your work? Where is it?
Okay, well, I'm gonna work on my arms.
Okay, whoa, but you told us you were before. Okay, so stop the bull crap, baby. Take this crap out of your hair so that you start communicating to men where your value is. That from the top of your head to the tip of your toes, that you're showing men what your value is. You are telling us through your nonverbal communication what you really are.
Well, I just got my hair done. I paid $400 for my hair.
Okay, baby, you paid $400 to buy some phoniness. Let us know when you start getting proud of the hair that grows out of your scalp. Let us know. And then men will start valuing you. But you're not listening because it's not convenient for you to listen, because this is that intellectual laziness and physical laziness. I'm literally sitting here telling you what you need to do, and you're arguing with me.
No, I'm going to do it. I'm definitely.
No. This is the problem that we have. Women sit up here and act like men don't tell them what we want, and we don't tell them what they need. Then you sit here and listen to one telling you what to do, and you know full damn well I'm the real damn thing. I'm the genuine article, and I'm telling.
Well, then
there might be a
how about this?
Ma'am, pump your brakes,
and then we can go on a date.
Ma'am,
how about that?
Okay, no, you and I can never go on a date, but not mean to be rude, man. We can never go on a date, because then that would be a situation you'd be like, you see, Jason one was trying to holler at me. So sorry, can't do that. But understand something. First of all, if you really want to do a practice in femininity, don't ever cut a man off while he's talking again. It doesn't matter how unjust it feels to you. It doesn't matter how much you want to interject. That is indicative of the problem. You're supposed to be different, and what you need to do is go out of your way to demonstrate that that's not you. And so far, you've been struggling. I understand we just met. You're struggling with something that ain't a good look. You got on the phone and asked me, but women always do. What do I need to do? What do I need to do? As soon as we tell them, then they want to argue about why they need to stay exactly the way they are. We told them there's a problem, but they want to argue to stay the way that they are.
Well, I'm definitely taking into consideration my expressions, my mannerisms, the look on my face, the hair weave. I am. I'm taking everything into account, because I take your advice very seriously. Very serious.
If you want men,
very high regard.
If you want men to take you seriously, you have to take you seriously. And understand something. I know what it's like. I grew up around those kids. I've seen them go to private schools, magnet schools. I know what it's like to be a black kid in one of those schools, even though I didn't go myself. I saw plenty of kids who were there. I know what it's like when they call you nigga behind your back and stuff. I know what it's like to be competing. I know what it's like to be misunderstood for long periods of time. I know what it's like where the only thing that you really have to be able to balance out the world with is your academic achievements. So you start competing intellectually, and you kind of feel funny when you get to a certain point. It's like, wow, am I being penalized for it? No, you're not being penalized for it. You need to understand that you need to be versatile, and you cannot put all of your eggs in, hey, I'm smart. Yeah, we got that. You're losing at everything that doesn't require books. And even to a man who is a producer, he ain't really looking for your degree. It's good you have it, and it's great that you're not financially struggling. That's good. But that's also supposed to be a given. But guess what? So is femininity. That's supposed to be a given too. And the reason why I brought up your mom is because the definition of femininity that she drilled into you is not the one that we use. So what I'm saying is that...
It wasn't drilled into me, by the way.
It was. Oh, yes, it was. I'm looking at you. Oh, yes, it was. You just didn't know.
No, the femininity,
ma'am,
being feminine wasn't.
Oh, she had her own definition that she drilled into you. Believe me, she succeeded. What she meant to do, she succeeded. She succeeded. She got the job done. What she thought needed to be. Her definition is what happened. And the real problem is you're in your 30s now. So these are a lot of things that you're going to be struggling to unlearn. That's the bad news. The good news is you can unlearn it. But it's going to take...
You think so? You think I have a chance?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I know. I wouldn't say it to you if it weren't true. For one reason. Now, here's what would set you apart from other people. Remember those things that were negatives? You actually have characteristics where you could turn that into a positive. You are aggressive. Be aggressive about honing and refining your feminine traits. You are intelligent. Become a student of softening and refining your feminine traits. You are competitive. Compete to be the softest, most feminine, baddest broad in the room. Those are skills that you use, that you learn to serve other people. I'm now simply telling you, put those characteristics and skills to work to serve yourself now.
Okay. I see how that makes sense.
And then you're going to ask one more question later, and I don't have time to stick around with you to answer that. But one day you will ask one more question, which is, well, Jason, how do I know when I got it? Baby, you won't have to ask that. The men will tell you. When you got it, the men will tell you with their actions, not their words.
Okay, well, I'm going to get to work. And like I said, Jason, I value your opinion and your thought and perspective very highly. So I'm going to take all this into consideration and start doing the work because I don't want to miss out.
Well, in your case here, like I say, I would never want you to believe that you don't have a chance about things. I think that you focused on a lot and you have all these other things down pat. I think that's great. Don't squander the time that you do have by not realizing that you don't have a lot of time. So that's the other thing to tell you. You do not have tons of time to spend on this. And that's all that unfair stuff I told you about. Oh yeah, there's one more unfair thing. You don't have a lot of time. At this point right now, really, you've got about a 2-year window, in all honesty. And they were saying in the chat room to get out of Easton. That's another thing right there. When's the last time that you went to New York? Be honest. Be honest.
I go back and forth.
No, you don't. When's the last time you went? Second time. Yeah, you go so often you can't remember the last time you went. Give it up,
no,
Johnny.
I'm just saying I do go back and forth. So where should I go? Where should I be?
Okay, first of all, you don't go. There's a reason why I say New York. I want you need to start going to a place where you can start encountering people like that. Because Easton ain't going to get it for you. There's nothing, you don't have anything to play off of. Easton don't have nothing, baby. Look, I'm from a mid-sized city, much bigger than Easton, by the way. But once I got of age, I was on the first thing out. There's only so far a place like Easton can take you. Easton is not going to prepare you to deal with a man who makes $250,000 a year. It's not. And I don't think you are never going to get along with a guy making $50,000 a year. You're not going to make it. It's not going to work for you. It's not going to work. So
what, you think I should just pack up and move to New York?
I didn't say pack up and move to New York. I meant what I said. You need to go visit. You ain't built to go live in New York. New York will eat you alive. You need to go visiting so that you can start developing a repertoire outside of it. New York is a great place, but it's also got a bunch of communities to it. It's kind of like Los Angeles. Los Angeles has a bunch of communities to it. New York has a bunch of them too. No, she doesn't know. She's an hour outside of Philadelphia, but she don't need to go to Philadelphia. Philadelphia is an old industrial town. She needs to go to a place where she can meet other younger, progressive black folk who are, kind of on the same wavelength she's on. But you can't do it.
Go? Like what type of place?
Stop. You're too eager. You can't do it if you're not ready. Okay? You cannot do it if you're not ready. You're not ready yet for that second question you just asked. You aren't ready to meet the people until you start being competitive in the places. Let me give you an idea. If you're going to go to California, baby, you got to be beach ready. You got to be midriff ready. That's the uniform in LA. That's the uniform in San Francisco. That's the uniform in San Diego. Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
Yes.
You can't march your ass out to LA, march your ass out there and wearing t-shirts and whatnot. That's not going to work, baby. It doesn't matter where you at in LA. What you are wearing has to fit you a certain way. On the East Coast, for example, you got a lot of women, they kind of dressing like Jay-Z from the 90s. Okay, that was the kind of thing that's the kind of thing right there. It's not uncommon to see females with, wearing boots. Yeah, you're not going to see that in California. And if you want to get picked up, you got to be competing with them. So jogging shorts on the women, not the men. Midriffs, baby, you got to take a look at them and see, hey, this is the uniform. This is the uniform, and this is what makes me competitive. But I would never send you out there on your first day and say, okay, give it your best shot. You got to go and study it. Like I told the chick who called in earlier and whatnot. When you take a look at she's an older woman, I said, you need to go get you a membership at the golf course. You need to go get your membership at the golf course, but she needs to study them. She needs to go there and go study them old women up there and whatnot who got picked up. So you can see you're not ready to get picked up yet. You don't know the swag. You ain't got the swag to do it yet. You're gonna have to learn it. But you can't learn what you haven't seen.
Just observe.
You need to go to the Empire State Building. That's a great one because they make you stand in line all damn night. But that's a good place to go. I mean, I'm serious. The Empire State Building at night. Now, please be careful on the observation deck. You will freeze to death up there. Never will forget the first time I went up there in November. As a matter of fact, it was November. The first time I went up there was in November. It was minus 18. As far up in the air that was, I went up there at night. Never will do it again. It was minus 18. But the real thing is, it's always a line. Now, since COVID, it's kind of iffy. But even still, baby, there's Times Square, there's Central Park, there's Brooklyn Bike Trail. I can go down the list. It's not that hard. It really, really isn't. But you're gonna have to study it. You're gonna have to study what they're picking up. When you go to Florida, depending on where you are. If you're in Miami, they really emulate California in a lot of ways. Chicks are running around, with fitness outfits, with their booty cheeks swinging, and I'm not necessarily saying you need to do that. What I'm saying is you need to start studying them. You need to start studying them and seeing, more importantly, you need to start taking a look at the women who got a man on their arm. The kind of man you want to be with. They say in the chat room, Hudson Yards. Yeah, that's a good one to hang out. Hudson Yards is good. That shopping complex that they have where the World Trade Tower is now, that was another good one, as a matter of fact. So like I say, my suggestion to all of you who come from smaller places is go and just study. Go to a 5-star hotel and just sit in the damn lobby. Because by the way, that's what your white female counterparts do. By the way. I got to keep teaching y'all about that. For those of you who are not from there. In Los Angeles, I told them about the Wilshire Grand, so on and so forth. I'm not going to run down the list again. Wilshire, Omni, Four Seasons, Waldorf Astoria. The white women go to the bar and hang out. They go to the lobby and hang out, and see what's going on. Y'all need to learn how to do the same thing. Just sit there and watch and see how they move. See the chicks who come up with the $100,000 cars and the valets come and get them out of it. Take a look at how she dresses. Take a look at what she's wearing. Take a look at what the real women who are really doing what you want to be doing, take a look at their swag and what they really got. So you're not guessing. You could learn a hell of a whole lot just sitting in the lobby of, and I think in Atlanta they changed the Mandarin Oriental to the Waldorf Astoria, I believe. They changed the Ritz-Carlton to the Whitley. That doesn't really have a lobby to hang out in and whatnot. You want to have one that has a really good sized lobby on it. Maybe the Westin downtown in Atlanta is a good one. But my real point is to be able to just sit there and watch. Sit at the damn bar and watch and just look and see what the women are wearing. See the real handbags they got. Because you might be telling yourself Prada. That might not necessarily be the attire. Start looking at what they really got. Take a look at the shoes and what they really got. And oh yeah, if you really want to be daring, if you catch one of them broads by themselves, ask them. Tell them that's really nice what you have on there. Everything from the perfume to everything else, because these are basics you're going to have to learn. You're going to have to learn about perfumes. You're going to have to learn about shoes. You're going to have to learn about handbags. A lot of these things will be less than you think it is. A lot of them is going to be more. You realize how important it is to have, if you're a woman whose shoes are cheap, you better have an expensive perfume. An expensive perfume will do more for you than $1,000 outfit. If the rest of you is put together, your hair is good and everything like that, your clothes might not be expensive. If your perfume is, that'll be enough to get folk to stop. So I'm saying these are little cues and things that you're going to want to pick up on. But you can't do what you don't know. And since your mother didn't teach you and prepare you, hey, we can't cry over spilled milk. My suggestion is go to a large city where money is moving and start scoping out the swag and start scoping out how they do things. Hudson Parkway in New York, when you see them jogging and stuff like that, now that's places where they're doing active things, right? But as far as like getting dressed and stuff, the Financial District, Empire State Building, where that is, Times Square, those are the kind of places where you can see what's happening. So, and that's just one place. That's just one. Chicago, same thing on the riverfront. You can see that down there. You get the point though. You get the point. I can't really recommend Atlanta as much as I used to because the chicks might try to hit on you as much as the men. But there's certain places you can go. But I'm just saying you're going to have to go and study that. If you're going to go to Lenox Mall, assuming they ain't shooting, you want to go where the valets are. But I don't really recommend Atlanta because you don't have a bunch of sophisticated women there. I'm sorry. You just don't. You really just don't. Even in the Buckhead area. I mean, the ones who are married and stuff already, I don't know how much you can get off of them, but go to a 5-star place and just sit and watch and just make a weekend of it. Okay. Yeah, is it nicer if you can go with a dude? Yeah, but the problem is he'll be trying to paw on you the whole time and you really need to be learning. But that would be my recommendation. If you want to take one of your girlfriends with you, that's fine too. If you just don't want to just go by yourself, that's good. Just make sure she's put together. And then go sit and watch and learn. See what the producers are doing, see how they're moving. When at Lenox Mall, the one thing you can do is go hang out by the valet, because the valet is where everybody brings their expensive cars, and do that. The Millennium Mall in the Pentagon Mall in DC. That's another one. I can go down the list, but you get the idea.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The Galleria in Dallas. They have a Westin hotel built onto the Galleria in Dallas, actually. So you can actually walk from the mall straight up into the hotel. Kind of crazy. My point is, y'all have a bunch of places where money moves like that. And Dallas is a city that's growing at an exponential rate. That's a great place to be hanging out and looking. In the chat room, OGK Network, you're correct. Downtown Dallas, where the AT&T building is, that big plaza where the AT&T building is, they have this gigantic LCD screen out there now. Gigantic. That thing is like 5 stories tall, and the joint be jumping on the weekends. The joint be jumping. And they got hotels, hotels like it's right across the street from it. I'm trying to think here. Right across the street from the AT&T buildings, right there. There is the Adolphus. The Adolphus. Took me a minute to remember that. The Adolphus. Right there in the middle of downtown. Like I'm saying, it's really become a really good district for that. That whole area down there. Ackerd, Commerce. That whole area down there. All the way down to the damn bus station, actually. All the way down to the bus station. I know if you're not from Dallas or been to Dallas, you don't know what I'm talking about. But all the way down there. People are talking about the Jewel. They got the spa where the Jewel is. If you never took your chick to the Jewel, that's a good one also. If you haven't been there, you might want to just go hang out or whatever. But my real point is, baby, there's a whole bunch of places you can learn. I don't want to put a bunch of people to sleep. Like I said, these are all my stomping grounds because America's my stomping grounds. But what I'm saying is there's a whole bunch of places you can learn. And it's not cheap, but you sitting on 300,000 of them things. So This shouldn't be an issue for somebody sitting on 300,000 of them things. So certainly, I'm not saying
no, that's
nothing.
not an issue. So I'm gonna prepare and get the things in order and take heed to your advice and you know.
And by the way, here's the real thing.
Decision.
Your white counterparts were doing this when you were in college. That's the crazy thing. If it seems like they're ahead of you, yeah, they were doing it when you were in college. So you're gonna have to play catch up. But they were studying it then. If you want to see,
in high school was preparing to get married.
Oh, if you want to see the most studying female in the world, find a white woman who hangs out with black folk. Find a white woman who goes to the black clubs. Find a white woman who goes to the black restaurants. Find a white woman who's trying to get picked up by a black man. That is the most studying, studious individual you'll ever meet. Because she's got to be. Because she knows there's going to be some black women trying to knock her in the head if she fails. So she knows she got to get it right. She's got to get it right. There's no margin for error. So what I'm saying is you're not the only one. You're in an environment where other people have done the same thing. Just some of y'all are a little bit later to the party for it. But take some time, just take a weekend a month or 2 weekends a month if you can. And start going up to New York and just start sitting and learning. Start sitting and watching what the real get down is. Start seeing how they really do things. And then, just go from there and start adding that to your repertoire.
Okay.
Now, once again, I will say to you something like I say, nobody else says this, but I will say this. Give me a few months, give it 2 or 3 months after you've actually done it a few times. By that, I mean 3 or 4 times. Actually done it. And then call me back.
Will do.
You can call me back on the telephone just like you have tonight. You see, I don't screen calls. You call me back and then you can tell me whether or not it worked out. You can say, Jason, you was full of crap. It didn't work for me. But understand, if I'm saying this publicly like this, with my reputation being what it is, it's because it does. If it doesn't work, it's because you didn't do it. So do that. Like I say, follow all those steps I gave you, starting with the top of your head to the soles of your feet. Put that into effect, and then start learning.
Okay.
And give me a couple of months and give me a call back, and I want to hear what's going on.
I sure will. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. I expect to hear back from you.
All right.
This is The Business. Yes, I absolutely hold myself to these things because, by the way, this is what producers would tell you if they felt like they needed to. Producers don't tell women this because that's giving them the cheat code. That is giving them the keys to unlock the doors. So dudes don't really like to tell them that because then that gives them the ability to start picking locks. So producers would tell you this if they didn't assume you should already know it. And let's just keep it honest. I mean, a lot of y'all's mothers never told you these things. A lot of your moms never said it. They never told you. They never explained this to you and said to you, hey, this is it, because mama didn't know. Mama didn't know when she didn't have it. She needed a man to game her up, man. She needed a man to give her the game. Understand that. She's never had a man who gave her the game before. She's never had a man who is able to explain to her that this is what you need. You got to have the skill, the intelligence. Your money can't be janky. You're a woman, so you don't have game. You got to rely on a man giving you the game. Because as a woman, you don't have game. Women don't need game because men keep approaching them all the time offering sex, but it also destroys their ability to interact. So you need somebody who can game you up. So what she really needed was a man to give her the game. And to just sit down and say, okay, let me tell you exactly what is wrong here. Because I start off the program by saying you have a bunch of people who think they're doing everything right. And according to her mother, yeah, she's doing everything perfectly correct. Absolutely correct. Then she's meeting the men and finding out it's all wrong. Everything mom told her to do was right. You met us? No, that's not it. Everything's wrong. And she's bewildered. She doesn't understand. Now she's got a little bit more to it. And by the way, I wasn't just speaking to her. I'm speaking to every single female out there listening to me right now. If you're not getting the response from men that you're supposed to be getting, you need to have a real come to Jason moment. You really got to find out where ground zero is, and you really got to level with where you're at. Your situation may be able to be helped, but it can't be helped if you can't be taught. So that was the other thing right there. You see, she was coming on strong at first and whatnot. She was intimidated. She was insulted. She was in her feelings. But well, the good news is she was willing to listen. I know a bunch of chicks who are in their 40s and 50s and can't be told a damn thing now. They're in their 40s and 50s and the game is over. But the game is really over because half of you can't be told nothing. You're uncoachable. You can't be coached. And when you're dealing with a female who can't be taught anything and she can't be coached, when you are a woman who, you're older, but on top of all of that, you got entitlement issues, but on top of all that, you're uncoachable. You can't be taught. You can't be told. I can't game you up because you think you know it all. Or you're so easily offended when we actually do tell you about, this is how bad the disease really is. It ain't that bad now, ain't that bad. You just hating on us. Remember the heifer calling him, you just hating on 40-year-old black women. You just hating on us. I can't hate on something I don't. How can I hate on you? What's there to hate on? We'll see. We'll see. Degrees, delusion, and debt. There's a whole bunch of females out there right now. You're going to be struggling. You're going to stay struggling because you can't be taught anything and you thought you were going to circumvent men by getting a degree and you were going to get all these degrees and that was going to give you a pass and you wouldn't have to ever submit yourself to a man again. Find out the hard way. That's not the way that it works. Not at all. Not at all. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program in the Streamlabs Super Chat and PayPal and especially the Cash App. Thank you very much for that as well here. For those of you who contributed tonight on the Streamlabs, do consider using Cash App instead. YouTube keeps 1/3 of everything you give. So if you gave $10, YouTube kept $3 and some change of it. So considering switching up to something like PayPal or Cash App, I know it only takes a couple of minutes. We appreciate that. Certainly it stops making them rich over there. If you are new to the business, I would like to welcome you to the foundation upon which all these other would-be MGTOW channels are based upon. They take the information from here, bastardize this, water it down, dilute it, screw it up, and then you got to come here to get it straightened out. If you have not clicked that red subscribe button, you need to do so right now. Click that yellow notification bell. Keep up to date with what we do. YouTube does have us under a shadow ban because we're real. YouTube is hating on what we do because we are real, but this is your opportunity to make sure you circumvent that. Click that red subscribe button. As you witnessed on tonight's program, we do what no one else is able to do. We are the business. Well, folks, it's happened again. Y'all have done it one more again. To my long haul truck drivers, to my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers, my self-employed people, my folks doing their house chores during the day. We done got you at least halfway through your shift, halfway through your kid's school day. If it's a holiday week or whatnot, we got you halfway through your soap operas. So this is what we're here for. We're very glad to be serving you and giving you the business. Make sure you tune in next time. Click that yellow notification bell and keep up with our channel so you can be aware of when we're doing our thing. This is the place for it. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.